who are joining us online wapate kutuwatch. But in case you're here, you've taken photos, you can go online and use the hashtag what is on my t-shirt and on your programs. As you can see, we have DemocrARtic exhibitions. DemocrARtic exhibitions. Don't stress too much about the spelling of the AR, but it's special nonetheless, yeah? So nikiona mnaniangalia sitashuku ni kitambi. Yeah, so it's just DemocrARtic exhibitions. Thank you for indulging. Thank you very much. Asante. For me, it's the eye contact. Once again, for the ones who are outside, we're waiting for you to come through. Karibieni sana. Karibuni ndani, so that we can start with the formalities of the day and take it. Are we good to go? Are we streaming already? Fantastic. For those who are joining us online, welcome. Today we have the DAL Showcase program, which is the Digital Action Lab program today. And from the lineup, as you can see, the ones who have the program, check this out. Tukifaa kuanzia saa 8 and we'll start slightly earlier. We are starting with the opening statements from the day. And naona Kili Kibeta ametukaribia and he'll be opening up on behalf of Power 254. I also see that we also have a representation from Civicus, and I also see UNESCO representation. Shout out to all the DAL artists in the house. Again, I'll take that again. We are here to celebrate everything they've been doing. So again, shout out to the DAL artists in the building. Tuwapigieni makofi mazee. Tuwapigieni makofi, DAL artists. Thank you very much. Yeah, I won't try another one. My only fan who was smiling has left. I wanted to say, I'm sure they are not DAL, so I will nisawa chanchore to it as well. As you can, no? Okay, so from the program, at some point, we'll have the tours, which most of you have already done, but nonetheless, we shall indulge. But this time, you'll be speaking directly to the exhibitors, telling you what they're doing and what it's about. I hope you've gotten your app. I'll be back here to tell you how you can get the app. And finally, we'll be having the panel discussion and the performances before we call it a day. I do not mind, just like we've started on time, I do not mind us calling the day done pretty early, sindio? Ndio tukimbie kabla mvua itufikie and so on, sindio? But if it does come, we thank God for it, na tunaendelea. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. DJ, tuko sawa sasa? Rolling? Fantastic. Ambao wanatucheki kwa mtandao, remember the hashtag is on my t-shirt and also on the program, and everything else we'll be pushing online. Hapo chini kwa screen yako, you can check us out, but you can see it is DemocrARtic exhibitions, and that's what we'll be talking about. If you're unfamiliar with this, I'll just like to read a small excerpt, then we can take it off. Once again, karibuni sana and good afternoon. I think we can officially start, we can formally start, and I'll use this as our opening statement before I welcome the speaker for the afternoon to take us off, at least the first one. Power Initiative is a youth-led non-profit organization. You know us, you know this, and we celebrate your support throughout the years. Now, why are we here? Well, Power collaborated with a few other organizations to put this whole thing together late last year. Artists were called out and they were active, they got active, and we are grateful for all the work they've put together. So with the support of Civicus, through the Digital Democracy Initiative, and in partnership with Black Rhino VR. Wapi makofi ya Black Rhino? Wapi makofi yao tafadhali? Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, all this wouldn't have been possible without them. Power 254, Power is implementing the Digital Action Lab, aka DAL, aka DAL campaign, that is DemocrARtic exhibitions. And if you notice, we have the A and R in DemocrARtic in capital, just to remind you it's an AR project. The campaign responds to declining youth participation in democratic processes by leveraging AR, aka augmented reality, and this is and they're pushing it as an innovative, accessible, and intricate tool for civic education and engagement. Not too long ago, Power 254 and all affiliates, you remember, are celebrating the DemocrARtic. Naangalia timu yangu wanipatia hizo words vizuri nizikumbuke. We did a report, DemocrARtic report. That's the word that I'm looking for. Yes, activism. Activism, hey, sawa, kili guy, sawa. DemocrARtic ni ya leo. Activism report, which was launched not too long ago, and you can see it still aligns with this. So in that very lane, I'd like to welcome someone who's more familiar with all these details, has been working with Power 254 for the longest, and is opening this forum on behalf of the organization, but also all the teams. However, ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause, tafadhali, for the one and only Kili Kibet, for Power 254. Makofi kwake tafadhali. We can do better than that, guys. It's the afternoon. Thank you very much. Karibu sana Kili.
Asante sana Martin. Good afternoon. Na watu ni wachache na hawajachangamka. What's up? Viva. Sounds more like it. My name is Kili Kibet. I work for Power 254 as a programs officer. And I've been given this opportunity to start us off and give a few remarks. So Power 254, as my predecessor has mentioned, is a youth-led organization that leverages the power of activism for social change. And today, we had a privilege to have this program under DAL, or the Digital Action Lab, that is supported by Civicus. It's called DemocrARtic exhibitions. And like he's mentioned, there is an AR. If you look closely to the word democratic, there is an A, capital A and R, meaning we are fusing or revelating the emerging technologies with art. And this one is part of it, the augmented reality. When you go through this art and you scan, you're able to see the art going or becoming live or coming to life. That is giving life to the art itself. So we are fusing art and the emerging technologies, or the AR in this case, the augmented reality. And the purpose of this project was to enhance participation of the young people in democratic processes. Right? So that is the main goal of the project. It was a 6-month project that Power has been implementing. And through the time, we had cohort of about 17 activists who were trained through underwent the activism curriculum. And today, we're able to see what they were able to produce after the training. Because once they received this training, they went to the AR labs also to ensure that they fuse their art or produce this art that is live, that is fusing now the art and augmented reality. All right? And today we are here because it is the day that they are able to showcase their work that they've been doing. So leo tuko hapa kuwa celebrate and see the kind of work that they've been able to come up with. Sawa sawa. So I invite all of you to this particular program or this day and ensure you are able to immerse yourself in this particular art, because it has a lot of information, it has a lot of data, and a lot of work, I'm so sure the artist will explain, went into producing this particular kind of works that we are showcasing this afternoon. So karibu sana. I invite all of you. Leo ni an easy day. Sawa sawa. Thank God it's Friday as well. So lazima ni siku ya kujibamba, siku ya immerse in art. Enjoy, ask as many questions to the artist as possible, and ensure that you get something or learn something before you leave this particular venue this afternoon. Without further ado, that will be my remarks. Karibuni sana. Sawa sawa. Thank you.
Nice. Makofi kwake mazee. We can do better. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Thank you very much. Karibuni sana. Now that tumekaribishwa nyumbani, the only formal thing to do would to now also warm ourselves up. Tujikaribishe kwa pamoja. So ladies and gentlemen, I do invite you to kindly rise so that together we may begin. Tusimame tafadhali. Uko on cue. Good. Nice. The main reason we do this is to remind ourselves within these borders in which post-colonialism we found ourselves. Well, we always need to remind ourselves that tuko pamoja, si ndio? And the only way to consciously do that every other time is to sing the national anthem. And so now that we've been invited, we can start the forum. So, good, nice. DJ Akitupanga, remember, we're doing democratic exhibitions for our hashtags. So far, so good. Good. And then if you do not have the app, tumesema ni Media AR. Na unaweza ipata App Store. Media AR. So as soon as we're done with the national anthem, what we shall do, DJ mi nitaimba. Tuko sawa? You good to go? Nice. As soon as we're done with that, we'll get into getting the app. Go for it.
Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na udugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na mustawi. Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu, nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda, na tujenge taifa letu. Ndio wajibu wetu, Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, ila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Thank you very much. You may take your seats. Ama tuimbe school anthem. School anthem. Sijui ama shulenu ilikuwa nayo. Fantastic. Welcome, 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 welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd now like to welcome our next speech now that we've formally begun. And as I speak, ningependa kumkaribisha on behalf of Civicus, who was the main funder of this under the Digital Democracy Initiative, Digital Action Lab. I'd like to welcome Vincy Mariam. She's here with us already to do her opening speech. Karibu sana. These are her keynote remarks. Fantastic. Remember, we have this hashtag going. So as many photos as you take, you could always tag Power 254. And remember, pia tuna Power Radio. I'll come with those deets in a bit. For now, karibu sana.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Oh, good afternoon, sorry. I hope you're well. Please forgive me, I've lost my trail of thoughts because of the immense traffic that has been in Nairobi today. I had written my speech down so that in case I lose my thoughts, I can be able to read, okay? So I'll introduce myself. My name is Vincy Maria Masaka. I'm the project officer, host liaison for Civicus. I'm here representing my line manager, that is the project and networks coordinator for DDI, and the DAL officer, her name is Kenza Samud. And on behalf of my colleagues, I pass my greetings, or our greetings to all of you. Thank you so much for attending our event today. It's a privilege to be here, to be very honest. I've been part of Power's very many initiatives in my previous organization. And just being a part of a project that actually involves something that I'm passionate about is something that drives my inspiration as a Gen Z, quote unquote. And something that I've quite noticed is, despite the many challenges we face as youth, we still have that passion and drive that leads us to always innovating more and more with what we already have. One thing about our society is, even if we have lack of enough or sufficient resources to be where we want to be as a nation, we have social media. And we always use social media to our advantage. We saw that with the Gen Z protests. We've been seeing it in Gen Z protests worldwide. And the one thing that gives me so much hope is that we as a nation are the ones that started the revolution, the Gen Z revolution that has been spreading worldwide. And for that, we have something to be very proud of as a nation. And with the rise of the shrinking civic space, I'd say that, for example, in our last report, that is the Civicus Monitor, I don't know if any of you follow it, Kenya was degraded. a degrade is not a very positive thing because that means the civic space is consistently shrinking. That means that the voices that Boni, Munyiri, and all of us are trying to push outside there are consistently being limited, are consistently being drowned by scrupulous laws, are being drowned by policies that don't make sense. And it's not because we're doing anything wrong, but it's because you're speaking the truth. And the problem about people who are defiant about the truth is they hate being told they're wrong, right? So what is one thing that we've learned through power? We've learned the importance of embracing what we love through the power of art. And that's the one thing that really inspires me about this whole project. It's the fact that we're using things that we have. We're not inventing new things. We're not inventing a whole new wheel. We're inventing something that's actually very, in our resources, social media. We're inventing things like VR. Who knew we could use VR for social change? I didn't know that. I came to learn that through Power's initiative. And that's the thing that DDI is trying to do. DDI is trying to change the narrative of activism and change the narrative of artivism. What do I mean by this? We're trying to make sure that we're defiant, not only in the physical space, but because in the physical space, it's becoming very impossible. But it's very difficult to control the digital space, no matter how much they try, no matter how much they put surveillance, no matter how much they send people to track our IP addresses, it's very hard to control it. Why? Because we control that space. We control how it can change. You know, when they tried to track WhatsApp, people came out with social media platforms in less than 24 hours. When they tried to intimidate us not to post on Instagram and say, look, you're not going to post, you're not going to get new jobs, what did people do? People became innovative, right? So that's the power of social media, and that's the power that Power has brought to DAL, and that's the power that DAL brings to Civicus alongside all the other projects we do under DDI. And with that, I just want to say that Power is one of 18 initiatives currently under DDI that are on the DAL initiative. And with that, we've seen how youth are hungry for change. And that's something that drives me every day to wake up personally. And I'm sure it drives my entire team to wake up every single day. And even when this project comes to a close, it's not the end, it's just the beginning. It's the start of something new. It's the start of how we can revolutionize civic technology and digital democracy, I'd say digital democracy, into the current lives that we're living in right now. This year is next year is an election year. Have all of you registered to be a voter? I had not registered until I was challenged outside here, and I've just registered. So have the rest of you registered to be voters? Or we're waiting for 2027, and then the same cycle continues, right? We don't want that to happen, right? So I encourage you, let this exhibition be one of many that inspire you to be the change that we want to see. On a very separate note, we do have a third cohort for the DAL that is coming in the next few weeks. If you know that you work with a young organization that has something that's very innovative, please feel free to submit your proposal. The call for proposals will be launched very soon. And yes, we welcome you. And if you have any ideas, anything that you'd want to share with the digital democracy team, I'm here as their representative today, so please feel free to look for me after. And yes, thank you so much. I don't know how much time I had. I can keep rambling, but I'll go on for an hour.
Thank you very much. We can do better than that. We can do better than that. Thank you. Thank you very much. I love that today, we started on time, kwanza mapema kidogo. I also love that we are all registered, right? Una kura yako? Tusibreak eye contact. Umechukua kura? You good? Well, because I have been having it for years. No, you could always check. Labda umetumwa Marsabit. It's not a bad thing. Uko na kura yako? Thank you. Yours? Oh, asante. Eye contact tumeka. You got yours? Fantastic. Okay, sahi at least tunaangaliana. Unajua when we were singing the national anthem, pia niliona eye contact tunapoteza. Yeah? Which comes first? Is it Uhuru or Undugu? Staki uchome kibet. Which comes? Which comes first? Is it Uhuru or Undugu? Are you sure? Are you sure? Okay, thank you. At least wewe ukiwa futa, wakiweka kamera mbele yako uta mambo ama uanze kusmile. Thank you very much. Now we keep going. Nice. So I'd like us to play a bit of music before I invite the next guest. And as we're doing so, I'd like to invite you to go to your phone, and this happens very rarely. So kindly chukua simu yako. Chukua simu yako, and I'll give two instructions. The first one is you can go to your app store. The first one is please go to your app store. Aki naona hiyo ni WhatsApp. Ni naona hiyo ni WhatsApp. Go to your app store. Ukiwa kwa app store yako, look for Media AR, just as you said. Media AR. Once you spot the app, download it. And this is an important tool today because that is what we'll be using to interact with most of the work that is exhibited around here, including what is on my t-shirt. So for those of you who have this t-shirt, imagine ukiwa na, ushaanza, si kwa kitambi, panda juu. Okay, sorry. Thank you very much. Nice. Get your Media AR app and interact with, that is what we'll be using to interact with most of the art today. No? Fanya hivi kwa screen. I got you. Shine, karibia. Msijali, there is enough tummy for everyone, so I got you. I'll come around. Thank you. Is it doing the thing? Wacha nikuitie mtaalamu. Bena, wewe ndio mtaalamu. Nice, he got you. He got you. He's tall enough, I'm sure atarich tu nyuma kwa wengine. That was number 1. Number 2, you can also take a selfie. This is always my favorite part. Take a selfie and I want you to hashtag it, DemocrARtic exhibitions, because this is what we'll also be pushing as our hashtag for the day, just to remind people we are active out here and they can, have you seen it? You can see it. Si unaona? Ama ni kusimama, labda ni kusimama ndio inawaka. Anyway, thank you very much. So I dare you to try that as we do the music break. Then in 2 minutes, I welcome the next speaker. Kindly engage. Remember, hashtag DemocrARtic exhibitions. Twende DJ, mziki kiasi.
Yeah.
So fresh is on.
Yeah. Gabia Ghana today you available. Me I really wanna come and rock with you. Mali baby neza kuwa me and you. Only. Tell me kana weza sababisha. 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 Yeah, let me be your service provider. I give you the cable, show you my talent, baby, and you be the label. You be the goddess, and I be the temple. Give you the cane like you never knew that I was able. Hourglass body, can I get a minute of your time? Can I really show you how a minute? You maximize my nini when you're in a minute. Bad girl, kana denge anakuva nini? Onakuva si wendo na die. Ikana na tuvese, so you know that I'm the guy. Mina pango za kifiji wakibonga Dubai. Pita pesto, ufanya mabazua subai. Look at the way she deep, so she rocks so. When she whiny pale kwa disco. Who got the fire with the body, come on and pistol. Ona filo na maliza mandem. Finito. Tell you, Gabia Ghana today you available. Me I really wanna come and rock with you. Mali baby neza kuwa me and you. Only. Tell me kana weza sababisha. Tell me kana weza sababisha. Tell me kana weza sababisha. Tell me kana.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for pushing the hashtag. And this is everywhere from your Instagram to your X to your, well, Facebook as well. As much as Facebook mutakuwa watatu ni sawa tu, but keep pushing. Power Radio and Power 254 are all active, very active on Facebook as well. Nice. Now I'd like to get to the next juncture for those guys with this, and there's more of this around. So in case you need the program for the day, kindly just, you could raise your hand na nitakuletea kwako personally because you're a VIP. At this point, we are to have our next speaker, our keynote speech as we begin. But before we do so, ningependa at least we get to know the artists that we are working with today. Yeah? So I'll be calling out their names and hoping wanasimama, alafu I'll invite all of them to the front so that we get to hear what their projects are about. As soon as that is done, we'll go and interact with the material, but I'll tell you when to go. Sinisawa? I see some of us are curious, especially the ones who've just come in right now. So before we do that, I'd like to invite all the artists. I really, really hope they are in the building, at least wako around. Nimeambio all except one are here, so I'm hoping you're here. Good. I'd like to acknowledge Wella Arts. Wella Arts, are you in the building? Ako wapi? Nimesikia, yes. Karibu sana Wella Arts. Come forward, brother. Makofi kwake akikaribia mazee. Akikaribia. Thank you very much. Waweza enda tu pale. Nice. Na feel nika mimi ndio prefect leo, so Silas nikianza kupeana instructions. Victor Mureithi, Victor Mureithi in the building. Victor Mureithi. I hope I didn't remix it. Yes. Victor Mureithi. Nice. A round of applause for Victor Mureithi. At some point to join for sure. Raymond Doody. Meshak Otieno. Fantastic. Meshak. Haki nyi watu ni humble. Sawa, karibu Meshak. A round of applause for Meshak akikaribia. Thank you very much, Meshak. In case you're outside and I called out your name, you could always come forward. Oganga Kadudu. Did I get it right? Kadudu. No? Thank you. Makofi kwake, tafadhali akikaribia. I'll give them all the mic at some point. They tell us what their project is about. Peter Wawero. Nice. Thank you very much. Makofi kwake, guys. Thank you for indulging. You know you are my person, so point out. Nice. We have Frederick Odhiambo. Thank you very much, Frederick. Karibuni. Lots of space here. Nice. Thank you very much for those who keep clapping. Then we have Lawrence Kamau. Thank you very much, Lawrence. Asante sana, Lawrence. Karibu sana. As it comes closer, we keep it going for, nimeambia Maslina hajafika ama ameji-excuse for today. Maslina Kinya, a round of applause for her, tafadhali. Thank you very much. We have Clinton Rugedi. Makofi kwake Clinton akikaribia. That is what is up. Ash Lydia, thank you very much. Ash Lydia, is this the first queen we are representing? We can do better for the lady. Yes. Thank you very much, Lydia. Marcus Gave, karibu tafadhali. Marcus Gave, where is Marcus Gave? Is at the back. Fantastic. Karibu sana, Marcus. He'll be speaking on the behalf of the class at some point. Then we have Juliet Koi, fantastic. Another lady, thank you very much. Then we have Daniel Nuru, makofi kwa Daniel Nuru. Where is Daniel Nuru akikaribia? Anafaa kusema present teacher? No? Okay, sawa. Barbara Getari. Thank you very much, Barbara. Thank you very, very much. Eric Muhandia, yes sir. Karibu sana, Eric. Thank you very much. And last but not least, I think I've read the whole team, haven't I? You come to Nimemiss. If I skipped you, my apologies. If not, tuendelee. Nice. I'd like them to each, nimesahau nani? Good. I'd like to allow them to each tell us their name once more and what their project is about in a statement and where they've placed their workings. Ndio? So as soon as we're done with this, tukienda kuinteract, useme, that sounds most exciting. Hiyo ndio nitaanza nayo, ujue ni wapi unaenda. So karibu ndugu.
Okay, habari zenu.
Poa sana.
My official name is Eric Muhandia. Ati yangu iko hapo hivyo number 3 from the entrance. And it's called Jua Rights Zako. It's an artistic piece portraying the injustices that has been going on. Vile mayouth walikuwa nashikwa na abductiwa forcefully. So it just points out to some of the articles of the Constitution that needs to protect you as an activist or someone fighting for change. So kiscan your picture, it will link you to our pages where you'll be civically educated and get to understand more about the Constitution and your rights.
Nice. Thank you very much. Remember hashtag, the app is actually Media AR and our hashtag DemocrARtic Exhibitions. Keep going.
Good afternoon, guys. I'm Samuel Kimani, Oela Arts. So my piece iko from the gate ya kwanza kabisa. So the piece talks about how we youths came in large numbers. Tulikuja kwa protest. So the same number tunafaa kuipeleka kuregister as voters. So ukiscan Media AR una check kama wewe ni voter, una verify your details, and you can also register as a voter kwa IEBC, and you can also follow me on IG.
Hey,
Thank you.
bless up, Maze. That's genius. Thank you very much, brother. Next.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Mesha Kotieno. I'm also known as Frostats. So my piece is titled Burdens of Hope. It talks about how youths and mothers have the burdens that are created by the so-called political environment. We talk about femicide, we talk about how corruption and how politicians easily manipulate the youth. And also I brought an additional piece right over there. I don't know if Boniface Mwali can help me with it. Yeah. So this additional piece, it's a biro piece. It talks about, it's titled Blinded by Money. It talks about how youths are easily swayed by the political figures in Kenya mostly into committing chaotic behaviors, this in terms of being hired as goons. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Asante sana, asante sana. Thank you. Where's your station? Where's your station?
My station is outside the third piece at the gate.
At the gate, third piece upon entrance. Thank you very much. Karibu.
Good afternoon. Okay, my name is Peter Wawero Animation. My piece is about the Gen Z, that we have one shot against this parliament, these MPs. So we got to get right. My piece is the one with the pig and the Gen Z. I hope mtaenjoy mkiweza kuinteract now. I think it's the only 3-day piece. Asanteni.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, you can clap if you know. Yes. Today we are here to celebrate the work they've put in.
Good afternoon. My name is Frederick Odhiambo, also Fred Arts. There is my piece. I did traditional art with the title Your Vote, Your Future, and we will interact more we will engage more with it. Then I'll get to explain more. Thank you.
Thank you. Asante sana, asante sana.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Oganga Hadudu. My submission is an artwork called Shouts and Ballots. It's a amalgamation of illustrations and animation. The title is intentional. Shouts and Ballots. The piece is heavily inspired by the 2024 Gen Z protest, and I try to show that basically when we go to the ballots, we're not replacing democracy, but we're not replacing ballots. We're not replacing being able to vote with protests. Like, protests are not going away; they're basically complementing each other, because I believe democracy is an ongoing process, and even after we vote, we can still go to the streets if we don't like the way things are going. So my piece is the first one at the entrance. You'll just find it when you enter to your left. Thank you.
Round of applause for him, please. Fantastic.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Lawrence Kamau. For my piece, mine is the second from the entrance. I did an animation on, for us youths, it's just conversations, like us talking to each other. So it's mainly two people just talking, and because, for the main reason I did that one was because every day it's like friends or whatnot, we talk about a lot of things. So it's them conversing on the importance of voting and the traits of a good leader, characteristics of a good leader, and also knowing your rights. Yeah, which is very important to know. Also, I did this.
Hey, makofi kwake mazee. This is you, huh? Asante sana, man.
Good evening.
Good.
My name is Clinton Rugedi. I did a piece. It's called Echoes of the Shadow. It's about the effects of bad governance, manipulative government, and the secretives in power. And it also shows us the options of which the youths can take in order to overcome it. So if you go through it, I'll explain it more. Thank you.
Thank you. Where is your station?
Station Yes, my artwork.
This is you, eh? Good. Thank you, Mazei. Makofi kwake. Nice. The first lady of the afternoon. Go for it. Yeah, isn't it? No pressure, though.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Lydia Share or Ash Artist. My artwork, I have 3 artworks. The first one is at the gate, the abstract piece. The second one is outside the entrance on your right. And the third one is the one there, the yellow ochre piece. The first artwork is titled Voters' Choice, and it centers on the importance of voting and the outcomes, the positive outcomes of voting. The piece behind that is titled The Awakening, Power of the People. It centers on the Gen Z protests and the importance of unity, solidarity, the power of just coming together and standing up for our rights and addressing the political and social issues that are affecting us. Yes, for more information, I'll just interact with you as you go through the pieces.
Good. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Thank you.
Saseni.
Poa sana.
Naitwa Koi, and my project niko hapa inaitwa Anatomy of a Leader. It's a civic experience. The idea is that the chapter 6 ya Katiba, the leadership and integrity chapter, so it's kind of compressed into 5 summaries. Yeah, up to 5 body parts. Unasikia na hii mic?
Tunakusikia.
Yeah, so ziko anchored to 5 body parts. Yeah. So chapter 6 of the Constitution inakuwa anchored to 5 distinct body parts, human anatomy. It's also a 3D experience. You'll see the actual human skeletal and the different body parts. And the idea is for the leader that you have or are looking to elect, do they embody that moral anatomy of service? And it also has a scorecard integrated within it. Niko kuangalia watu. Piko na scorecard integrated within it where you give a score for each body part and the explanation given there. And at the end there's a profile for each score of the leader. So that if you do it and you share it online, you can actually tag your leader and have that profile attached to them and maybe explain it to them. And yeah, that's how it inaweza kuwa integrated vizuri. I also have some signs and pamphlets there that explain the entire project, and a pocket size marker over there which is good to navigate, and you can just have it in your pocket, and a sticker if you're interested. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Asante sana. I actually pick up that there. Tag your leader. Tag your leader. Ni wangapi tunajua MCA wetu? No. Thank you very much. I contact people. Lakini we see MCA. Oh, no? Okay, sawa. When you say nani wanajua MP wetu? Do you know your MP? Do you know your MP? Oh, nice. Wengi nashuku wanajua hii. Do we know our, I'm not sure if they are anymore, but do we know our governor? do we know our women's rep? Thank you, sir. Fantastic. So tag them. Tag your leader. I dare you to, and thank you for that. Welcome, brother.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
My name is Marcus Garvey, and my brand is Uncle Marcus. That's what I go by. I'm a mentor. I'm a multidisciplinary artist. So I do several things. For this project, when I got the chance to do it, I got excited. Seeing photos move and pictures moving. So for my project, I just did a bit of youth engagement, and I went to the streets and talked to advocates. When you scan my piece, it's called the Living Mural. So advocates tell you why they are voting and why you should vote as youths. That's it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Uncle Marcus.
My piece is there.
Fantastic. Right there. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, guys. Hi, guys. My name is Barbara. I run the Puggerfly Studio, and that's my piece over there, the 4th one. Yes, so my piece is titled Echoes of a Shot, which is the 2nd episode in a mini-series that I am currently in the process of doing. So the mini-series centers around a girl called Mumbi. It's animated, got to add that. It centers around a girl called Mumbi. The first episode shows her should I say, like her thought process of going through, reading all the headlines and seeing all the things that were happening in the country and that led up to the Maandamano protests, which is supposed to be a reflection of what happened in 2024 before the youth went out into the streets, because it was just a lot of headlines, a lot of news saying different things that were happening in our country. And so she watches the news, she sees all of these things, and in episode 2, finally she goes for the Maandamano, and while she's there, she gets shot by a police officer. And so episode 2 is just the process, all the events that led up to that moment that changed her life, and that kind of set her off on this journey of activism and learning more about the activist space and using her talents and whatever else that she has to use in order to learn more and grow in the space. So yes, thank you.
Nice. Tuwapigieni makofi mazee. Let's give them a round of applause. Yeah, last year they came together, they did the cooking, and now they're presenting mazee. I pray that you interact with these pieces, because right now I want to invite the DJ to play some music as we actually do that right now. So for not too long a session, I'll start with wacha tuone tumepewa. Yeah, it's not too long. Yes, it's not too long. Good. At some point, I will ring the bell. Right now, I will dare you to get up. Remember to tag your leader. I want us to take a welcoming bow pamoja, sindio? I dare you to get up, interact with all these different images, all these different pieces, have conversations with them. Alafu tukirudi tuketi, we'll have a quiz. Yes, thank you very much. No? Okay, sawa. Asanteni sana. Ladies and gentlemen, the DAL Artist 2025 into 6. Makofi kwao maze, makofi kwao. We can do better than that. Makofi kwao, makofi kwao. Makofi kwao. DJ, take it away as they go to their different spots so that we engage. Kindly tour about, walk around the space, interact with these works, have conversations. DJ, let's go. Remember, the hashtag is DemocrARtic Exhibitions. Remember to tag your leader. Remember, put it out there on your X, on your IG, on your Facebook, on your socials. Ata LinkedIn tupo, so let's go.
Tulia kwangu nyumbani, kwa jirani nikasikia kelele za kuhuzunisha, nikasongea kusudia kuelewa kinachoendelea. Mbona mke analia, wampiga bila huruma, kumbe ni kawaida, toka kitambo ni mazoea. Hakuna raha nyumbani na watoto wanaumia. Vita si suluhisho, no, si suluhisho. Vita si suluhisho, no, si suluhisho. Rafiki, mapenzi mtunzie, si lazima tuishi hivi, inaumiza roho. Usipende vita rafiki, mapenzi mtunzie, si lazima tuishi hivi, inaumiza roho. Kila wakati ni matusi, vita imekuwa ni kawaida. Hatuwezi kuongea kubadilishana mawaidha. Mume wangu wabishwi, anajiona shujaa. Hata ninaogopa sema, yako si vitisho. Imekuwa ni kawaida, tangu kitambo nishazoea. Pesa pia natafuta, na mapenzi nazidishia. Heshima mimi nampa, ila sikosi kilio.
lakini sio wote wanaifeel. Projects zilipewa chapa lakini years later outcomes zinaata. Reports FCC zilikuwa mama yule alibai hama ndio jaja kona hama. Kama Kenya sitahama wao ndio watahama. Kiongozi mbonga na watu wake, at least hivi ndio atakipisi kwake. My youth daily wako under attack, unemployment daily na attack, police brutality bullets zina attack, kukosa infrastructure best ina attack. Sio Dandora, Kariakoo na Kiumbini tu, hao wote ni victims wa wizi, hao wote ni victims bila justice, hao wote ni victims wa poverty. Ni lini nchi itakuwa stable? Ni lini counties zitakuwa stable? Ni lini? Sote tulisema yes 2010, pamoja tupunguze hii mess, tusonge mbele.
I got a feeling what I wanna do, yeah. It's a make of the world we live in. Tukingangana sote twende juu, yeah. Twakanyagwa na hizo meeting. Tunachotaka twasema, katiba imenipa ruhusa. Uje hapa na tena, ukitaka nikupe kura.
Salimia ndugu na wazazi wako mamae popote walipo afro. Mimi si jambo lakini mawazo tele moyoni, nina wasiwasi mama, nikikumbuka tulivyoachana mara ya mwisho uliniahidi afro. Tungeonana mapema siku zinapita bibie, mbona sikuoni mama afro mama yao toto wasaga na ho kaa ukumbuke penzi ugeuka leo kwangu kesho kwako mamae utanikumbuka yo.
Rolling on the high grade, and I'm thinking it's a mistake. Calling me a disgrace. Wakani lockdown, future wakani crop out. Teacher, don't teach me nonsense. Remember how you call me useless. Don't you know my gift is priceless, and my legacy been timeless. And I'm never working a 9 to 5. I wanna be a rude boy for life. I know that you made a sacrifice. You know I'm willing to pay the price. Mama, I don't wanna be the A student, working for the B students. What company is C students, in the land of the D students. Oh mama, now my E students. Uku inje wana pesa na mabands. Oh, you know the end justifies the means. It takes a nation to raise a man, but it takes a woman to bless the nation. Music is the best education. I'm a preaching to the fucking congregation, telling me no. warrior still typing. Mini lava siku hizi spendi fighting. Na maheta hawawezi ntoa timing. Na hata wakinita guide, I know my baby will be by me. Na wakiniseti kwa IG, dawa ya watiaji huanga silence. Niko sherehe mina vibe, na nyimu nani analyze. Who I wonder why, me I'm just tryna catch a wine. We shughulika na your life. Niko sherehe mina vibe, na nyimu nani analyze. Who I wonder why, I'm just tryna catch a wine. We shughulika na your life. Cheki zangu zimenai. Don't you disrespect my lover. My guy. Tonight I don't want no drama. My guy. Chapter don't get me yoga.
They know my story. From old dog studio, I be hustle to work. Me and City. From old dog studio, we been hustle to work. My people dead, my people suffer. Them they pray for blessing. My people dead, them they pray for blessing, for better living. Kilo dale, aye ole to ya o, aye oni double, adura lo le she o.
Some of them don't know me. Some of them don't know me. Some of them keep for me. Every time the people don't sing. Some of them wanna wine for me. Some of them boogie down for me. We love the way the ladies will wine for me. Everybody now, like a hey. Everybody, hey. I like the way you do it, hey. I did just say, all my ladies will wine up, hey. See girls that hey. All my boom boom girl you there. All the ladies who run out there. Move your body to the beat, yeah. Love me, need me. All my ladies, everybody they want me. The sexy body girls they need me. She said love me, she love me. She want me, she want me. All my boom boom everybody love me. Sexy body girls everybody sang over.
Good eye. This one a good one. A good one, 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 a this one. A good one. Good eye. Kunet, Kolo, Siox, Alcio. Back in the days, let's go. 1, 2, twende kazi.
Mini mugenge na pitaga na zile ziko maji zimebleki na kata maji kifika mabins nimebleki niko fiti nimekula makuki na makeki. Oh yes baby nimesete
napendaga zile zimesete jicho nyanya. Oh yeah wale wamesete zimesunga tu kwa kibete. Simama wacha kukatika kwenye kete
wacha kujisunga tu kwa kete. Tunajua genge ilishanivisha pete. Mimi napiga miti weni mate, mimi napiga miti weni pate.
Oh hey mazozi nitoke unatosa anataka tu niende kwake masose makeba ya ndio kate. Hey boss wacha piga maji.
Baby cheza kanungo Fokaka hadi mafisi wavu nyishingo. Ile kutoka dogo niyo mutindo. Na ndio maji wendo wangu mikingo. Baby cheza kanungo hadi mafisi wavu nyishingo. Kutoka dogo niyo mutindo. Na ndio maji wendo wangu mikingo. Umenichanga kama kamari. Jana kuziko kandari. Umenichanga kama kamari. Tuko pare tuko Kana baby kana ndukange. Do the wine and twist kana ndukange. Sita ilonjaro tuzitokange.
utanipata. Nimekuwa na get feeling flani noma, nimekuwa nasikia roho yangu ikigonga, nikikuona nasikia fiti, tukiongea jo siamini, uliamuaje kunikubali mtoto wa kibabi na mimi mtu mtaani, Kiswahili ngumu lakini tunaelewana, Kizungu ngumu lakini tunasikizana, pole pole nazidi kupendana, vita kwa wingi na baada sameheana, ingekuwa hivi baada ya miaka 7 na bado kona mimi, wataongea watanyamaza, wacha wabonge watalala, mimi nakuambia tu vile unasikia na wajui vile mimi nasikia,
vile rahisi nikimwona tonight, seeing you dance in the flashing lights, flashing lights, flashing lights, dance floor park full of people, you and I in the ladies. Oh, oh, girl, put your body on me. Oh, oh, yeah, yeah. Baby girl, you look so good tonight, good tonight, good tonight. Seeing you dance in the flashing lights, flashing lights, flashing lights. Dance floor park full of people, you and I in the middle, and the DJ's playing our favorite songs, one by one, one by one, one by one, one by one.
Girl, I'm gonna make you wet till I can't wait no more. Lady, I'm gonna make you feel my loving on the floor. What was that? She feel the sweetest pain. She'll see her little boyfriend Liam, so she want a real man take her on a tour. Yeah, let's ride to the hills to the mansion.
Yes, keep enjoying yourselves. Take your time. Go to as many as possible. Keep engaging. Keep engaging. Remember, are we live streaming? Yes, we are live streaming. Check us out this and every other day on Power Radio. Breakfast. We have a hip-hop show as well. We have a show called Center Stage and many others. So as you're engaging right now, keep that in mind. And remember, the hashtag for the day is DemocrARtic Exhibitions. DemocrARtic Exhibitions. And remember this, you can interact with the different pieces with this particular app. It's called Media AR, so kindly download it and engage. Remember, hashtag DemocrARtic Exhibitions. DemocrARtic Exhibitions. And could you enjoy at some point? Hopefully when I'm back, I'll be inviting you back to your sets. But before then, go to as many and interact with as much. Let's keep going. Enjoy your day. DJ Flozz, take it away.
Stepping on the dance and do the shoulder back. Everybody do the shoulder back. Brand new style, we call it shoulder back. Shoulder back, shoulder back, shoulder back. Moonwalk and do the shoulder back. Stepping on the dance and do the shoulder back. A new style, we call it shoulder back. Shoulder back, shoulder back, shoulder back, shoulder back. Shoulder back, everybody have to do. All your friends and big up on the crew. Stepping on the dance, stepping on the show. Present where you're from, show me where you do. Alright, slowly bounce with it. No girl like you like it, but man I did it. Back in the latest style, man I still it. Stepping at the place, everybody have to feel it. Everybody have to feel it. They show me I steal it. Run it so me kill it every hour, every minute. Fresh new dance out the road, we a sell it. Brand new styling at the street, we a kill it. Alright, stepping on the dance and do the shoulder back. Everybody do the shoulder back. Brand new style, we call it shoulder back. Shoulder back, shoulder back, shoulder back. Moonwalk and do the shoulder back. Stepping on the dance and do the shoulder back. A new style, we call it shoulder back. Shoulder back, shoulder back, shoulder back, shoulder back. School sounds sweet. With them kids in the street, them get busy with it. With them thugs, them a pose and click at them feet. Take over the street and dance, yeah, lock it, yeah, dance, yeah, lock it. Everybody move.
man forgot. So them again a look over things now. It's back, it's hot, can't you feel it? Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. So now it's back, it's hot, can't you feel it? Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Wacha moyo funguke, 'cause I'm so tipsy and you're so in my head, and I'm trying not to lose my friend. Jumping off the friend zone, baby, out of the friend zone, baby, and I got no parachute. Jumping off the friend zone, baby, out of the friend zone, baby, and I hope we're gonna land on you. Awkward information, vile unanicheki na maaibu, lakini wendo inspiration ya muziki natunga kila siku. Mentally frustration, nimezificha hisia zangu. Sexual tension, baby give me your body, 'cause I'm so tipsy and you're so in my head. Najaribu sana not to lose my friend. Jumping off the friend zone, baby, out of the friend zone, baby, and I got no parachute. Jumping off the friend zone, baby.
What's a friend we have in Jesus? Seems a gift to what a privilege to carry everything to God in prayer.
Testing, mic check 1 2. It's very interesting what God can do. Ragamuffin old school, you can call it part 2. J-Fam, long boy, bonga now 1 2.
You know my king. I know none can do me now. Father God, him a the real one, him a mighty. I know none can pull me down. Father God, him a the man of the day. Such a love like this, me a coulda
Tunakubali, tunakubali, tunakubali kabisa. Tunakubali, 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 tunakubali kabisa. Tunakubali. Flow inauliza na hii track inakubali. Sauti sawa na hii mic imekubali. So iko power na mafansa mekubali. Swaga na yata madema mekubali. Kuteka tamu kachipoka kikubali. Kuweka tamu tapune tolikubali. Tira kama timina kubali. Mtina kubwa walisa kubali. Tunakubali, tunakubali, tunakubali kabisa. Tunakubali, tunakubali, tunakubali,
Do you recall not long ago when you walk on the sidewalk? Innocent, remember, all we did was care for each other. But the night was warm, we were bold and young. All around, the wind blows, we would only hold on to let go. Love is fire gun, we need someone to lean on. Love is fire gun, all we need is somebody to lean on. Love is fire gun, we need someone to lean on. Love is fire gun, all we need is somebody to lean on.
Secret hidden deep inside of you, a warm sweet feeling when I'm touching you. Oh, this must be love. love. This must be love. This must be love. This must be love. Life's the ski for other girls. They want to rival you. They confuse you, baby, but they don't compare to you. This must be love. This must be love. This must be love. This must be love. So lovely, so magnetic. You are magnetic. So lovely, so magnetic. You are magnetic. You're so lovely, you're so magnetic. You are magnetic. So magnetic, so magnetic.
Summer car done, summer car, 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 summer car done, yeah, summer car, yeah, summer car. This is the beginning of the end of summer. When the sun and all the girls them come out, when the vibes and the rum can run out, yeah, yeah. This is the beginning of the end of summer. When the pretty girl them come out, now people stand the whole place turn up, yeah. So let me hear you say whoa. Put up your hands them if you know. And you don't care what people say. Can you live so every day? I say whoa. Put up your drinks them if you know. I say we can't put down the rum. I hope this summer never done. Summer car done, summer car, 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 summer car, summer car, summer car. This is how we do it when the vibes them sweet. We stand up and watch the girl them tweet. But them a bubble and a wine for me tonight. Yeah. And this is how we do it when the music slow. Back it up and make your waistline roll. Walk it and drop it and catch girl start to shout. Yeah. So let me hear you say whoa. Put up your hands them if you know. Whoa. And you don't care what people say. You don't care what people say. And you live so every day. So I say whoa. Put up your drinks them if you know. Put up your drinks them. Jump. Until we can't put down the road. We can't put down the road. This summer never done. Summer car done. Summer car. Summer car done. Summer car. Summer car.
Nice, ladies and gentlemen. It is now 2:52. Ningependa kuanza officially with the next segment at 3 on the dot. So I'm inviting you to start wrapping up the conversations. If you haven't caught one more artist or two more, kindly pop in and have a conversation with them. But in 8 minutes, at Tisa on the dot, we'll have a performance to warm it up, to take us off for the final half of the afternoon. Remember, our hashtag is DemocrARtic Exhibitions. And remember, if you need the app to interact, the app is Media AR, and you can find this on the App Store. Let's keep engaging, but in 8 minutes, I will be back to welcome you back to your seats. In 8 minutes. Karibuni sana. Thank you. Let's take it away. As you're grabbing your seat, prepare yourself for a Willy Oeba performance. So if I were you, I'd start getting closer and closer. DJ, take it away.
Get down, below una wind your waist to get down. Remind me on my phone vibrate and get down. Get down, get down, get down, and get down. Below una wind your waist to get down. Remind me on my phone vibrate and get down. Get down, and get down, and get down. Nashambiwa wendo super huku. Hii ni ngoma yako minta dance tu huku. Nanchekelea sinifundishe kidogo. Nishike wapi hiyo style ni poa jo. Okay, hasa naishika. Lakini unakunywaji na nasikia kiu kabisa. Situende basi jusie zibeba zote. Na maji baridi juma zengu kwa hot like wow. Hey, hey, hey. Maze unani confused like wow. Hey, ha, ha. Yeah, the way you move in your body like wow. Hey, hey, ha. What? Baby, you got my attention. My attention, yeah, my attention. My attention, ha. And get down. Below una wind your waist to get down. Remind me on my phone vibrate and get down. Get down, get down, get down, and get phone vibrate and get down. Get down, get down, get down, and get down. Sana check you uko tipsy kiasi madambo vodo ndio zinacheki basi kila song inachezwa unasema that's my favorite and that's my song. Paka za coffee you know me de kidogo wase wanawika utadua kwani hii time yote au kujua eni mimi madieke matrizi matracks mwenda zimu mchizi za lugha yangu imekuwa tamu aje tunacheka na mimi sana tu maze na hizo drink tatu zote zimepita kila moja ukisema ni ya mwisho and for the past 1 hour see the last 2 songs lakini si complain tushaniweka song na ndani ya jeans zangu we know what's going on you know what's going on get down vile una wind your waist to get down remind me on my phone vibrate and get down get down get down get down and get down vile una wind your waist to get down remind me on my phone vibrate and get down get down get down
miaka zinapita na mambo ni yale yale tunasulubiwa kwa manufaa ya wengine wakoloni walienda ukoloni bado wakoloni weusi wa mongoni mwako ahadi zao nasema hawaweki ahadi wao wamegeuka sio deni ahadi zao nasema hawaweki ahadi wao wamegeuka sio deni aisema tuko shamba la wanyama wewe ndiye
Nice. I invite you to start wrapping the conversation in 5 minutes. I'll be inviting you to have your seats so that we get into a Willy Oeba performance and take it away for the afternoon section. So start wrapping up your conversations. If you haven't confirmed your registration details, you can do it in less than 10 seconds. I did it myself, na nimeconfirm. Within 10 seconds, I knew I am registered and where I'll be voting at. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, see you in 5 minutes. All seated for now. Keep going with the conversations. Asanteni sana. Shout out Uncle Marcus. Nimekucheki good man.
ahadi yako imegeuka sio deni ahadi yako ulisema hauweki ahadi yako imegeuka sio deni aisema tuko shamba la wanyama wewe ndiye mfalme na taji la dhahabu aisema tuko shamba la wanyama wewe ndiye mfalme nguruwe binadamu aisema tuko shamba la wanyama nguruwe ndiye mfalme na taji la dhahabu aisema tuko shamba la wanyama nguruwe ndiye mfalme nguruwe binadamu ahadi yetu tunasema na tuweke ahadi yetu iweka kwetu
Me love you everything. Me love you everything. You give me reason to sing. Me love you everything. Your smile is everything, and you full up of style to the brim. You me love you every time. Me love you every time. No remote can change my mind. You me love you every time. Me no know what to red label. I just see me one wine, take off first. Then after we converse, and come in near me a pervert. When you make your body twerk, you not chase me for birds. Me no carry girl feelings, but if you not give me heart. You couldn't deal with my girl, you love to sin, but my credit me the one, but the phone on my shirt. Me I'm mad over your girl and I'm blind, but you I work, you me love you everything. Me love you everything. You give me everything. Your smile is everything, and you full up of style to the brim. You me love you every time. Me love you every time. No remote can change my mind. You me love you every time. Me no know what to write me. I just see me one.
morning and put on a slam. But me woman she a pressure me fi go confession. So me decide fi go and kill the conversation. So me sit down right beside Sister Pam, who a tell me everything about the congregation. About Sister Paulette and her gay husband and how she still asleep with the minibus man. Sister Gwen claim she a Christian, but a last night them catch her in a stone love session. She a do the dirty dance to the Mataran song, and I see she get the thing them from Baby Sham.
Nice. Let's get closer, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like us to now get into the next performance. As you can hear, there's a guitar riff in the background. I really love the engagement. Thank you so much for engaging. Thank you so much for engaging. Willie Oweba is warming it up for us right now. Amejipanga tu mdogo mdogo. Before you know it, his words will be literally doing the talking. So I invite you to get closer as you're winding up the conversations. And I love that I'm calling you, because it means you're active and you're engaging. So thank you. Remember, our hashtag is DemocrARtic Exhibitions. And for this particular t-shirt that I'm wearing, and the few who have it know that you can interact with this piece as well, done by one of the DAO cohort members. Maze, shout you out. You want to try? And the app is Media. She tried. It was so cool. Ulikuwa? Maze, ulimiss bro. It was so cool. But it's all good. Thank you. Yeah, remember the app you can download is Media AR, and you can get it on the App Store. Thank you very much for those who hear my voice and are actually getting closer and closer to their seats, because we're about to take it away with the very gifted, very skilled poet and performing artist Willie Oweba. Na ningependa nikimkaribisha officially. Most of us, if not all of us, are eager, seated, and waiting for his performance. As soon as we're done with that, we'll have one of our other speakers of the day. We have our relations from UNESCO. So we'll have Madam Emily Njeru speaking on behalf of UNESCO before we now get into the afternoon conversation with the panel discussion. And we have a phenomenal team that will be in front of us as part of the panel. Again, just to remind you, Willie Oweba is about to take the stage, so I invite us to start wrapping up our conversations. So I'll invite the DJ to give us one more number, and then nimkaribishe Willie Oweba officially. So at 3:03 on the dot, you'll see me up here, and we'll take it away. As the music plays, Karibia, Karibia, Karibia. Remember, you can register as a voter using even the digital pieces that we have. There's a phenomenal young king who's created something to confirm whether you're registered, and if you're not, to actually do it. And if you'd rather do it physically, they have a desk out there. Pata kura yako. That is how we change what is going on right now. That's the only way we do better. Get your kura already. Get your kura. 2027 Simbali Maze. So get your kuras already. Think of it as a train, and the next step of the train requires your ticket. So get your ticket. DJ, take it away.
Give no collection, no signature true for leak away, me really depend. Every Sunday is a competition. Missing up for them, I go like them in a name brand. That the sitting where she will come out of some chunk, but I'm with the can for bars, smell that a no new fashion. Then she proceed fit about the man. Them only come a service, we look church woman. And they full up the gal, them talk about religion. But me couldn't say nothing because me know me a one.
So we see baby have a biggie man, plenty money but I no fat. Money long and I too fast. I be number one, I know they carry last. I feel like a sensi meal.
Come closer, we want to take off right now. It is now 3:03, so come closer. Let's take it away for the second half. Tuanze sasa, ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome the phenomenal Willie Oweba on stage. But before I do that, I would be honored if most of us were actually in the room, and I love that most of us actually are. What shall we get his, we need special something on stage for him. Then once that is done, we take it away. Remember, the hashtag is Democratic Exhibitions. And if you have just come in, nimeona a few individuals who just come in. Remember, you can get the app Media AR on your app store and engage with the different pieces. DJ, one last one, and then nimkaribishe Oweba.
I want to know your availability. I me like a sense me. Baby dance, baby kill the shit. Baby move to the melody. Baby bounce your booty. Baby just bend down, pause. Baby just bend down, pause. Baby just bend down, bend down. Out and stop.
Check it up, check it up, check it up, check it up. Check it, check it, check it, check it the price that me find a people do. Check it the price that me find a people do. Check it the price that me find a people do. Check it.
Cheza chini, cheza ndogo, cheza chini, cheza ndogo, cheza chini, cheza ndogo, cheza chini.
Kujifanya high class tuliachia twi. Ga copy Jesus, Yesu ndio na ga Proverbs 31 usicopy 8 figures, achana pesa usifuate 6 figure. The house of the Lord be your home. Siku hizi nashinda kejani kama mzeko. Be stand out kwa bakie kama ko. Be brand tumenishangaza niko be.
Okay, ni God amefanya and I know he did it. Yesu ndio kusema and I know he did it. Nani nina Yesu nitakuhubiri. Mimi naro Holy Spirit and I know it. Nisikuwa na note. Nice,
ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to welcome a phenomenal talent who's known for everything that he does. Iwe ni mtaani, iwe on different platforms. We celebrate him for his work. He's been prolific at it year after year. He's been recognized across the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of our own. A phenomenal talent, very good with his pen, but even better with his tongue. A sharp mind all the way from Nakuru, but the way he plays it, we all own him. So all the way from Turkana, from Pwani, from Nairobi, ladies and gentlemen, a Kenyan leading in action, in speech, and in every other way. Help me welcome the very phenomenal Willie Oweba. Wapi makofi ya Willie Oweba tafadhali. We can do better, we can do better. Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. Keep it going for Willie Oweba tafadhali. Keep it going for Willie Oweba. Asante sana. Remember the hashtag is Democratic Exhibitions. Kwa hivyo ikikubamba sana, tag him, maybe atatuambia ako wapi. And remember, at Power 254 pia, tag us whenever and keep it pushing. Otherwise, without further ado, the very phenomenal Willie Oweba.
Are you happy to be here or you're here to be happy? Both. Mko kadi? Mko na kura? Inachukuliwa pale nje. Mko na kura? Nikisema design unasema design. Ai, give it up for helicopter ndani ya nyumba. Give it up for Baba Taifa. My name is Willie Oweba from Nakuru, and I'm playing alongside Shakur and Masiga. Give it up for them. Give it up for them. Give it up for them. And shout out to the amazing artists. Tony Kate Bambara said, the work of an artist is to make revolution what? Aye, good student. The work of an artist is to make the revolution irresistible. Art is very powerful. Art is very consequential because it's the language of the heart. So keep on supporting these activists because consistency is the only thing failure cannot keep up with. Enjoy. Justice system imejaribu kureverse roles. Ati sasa wanaita judge my lord alafu God is my witness. Sijuzi muliona walijaribu kuuza airport Nilikuwa nadhani wanajoke wakisema Africa is our business. Huku Sakaja akitaka Nairobi iwapo. Hiyo ni priority kweli, mayouth wakiwa jobless. na uchumi ni mbaya. Uchumi imekuwa mbaya, hakuna kenye ina move. Hata wasusi hawasongi. Watu wa piercing tu ndo wanatoboa. Yaani uchumi ni mbaya. Sauti Sol wamekuwa at the top. Uchumi imekuwa mbaya mpaka sasa Alusa amedecide to go topless. So kabla uniite fellow Kenyan, I must tell you what it is like to be me. Kwa society kids die every day. In their defense, the police always have something to say. Forget about the money. Tuna spend so much time kwa barabara zimetengenezwa 3 times their normal cost anyway. The same SUVs bought by taxpayer money are given away kwa the same roads matatus have to pay. Because during rain ya igava, the youth amekuwa one bullet away from being a hashtag. Talk is cheap. Fortunately, citizens cannot buy that because wako $1 away from the poverty line. IBC ndio iko na price tag. Our moms wako one demolition away from kulala njaa to kulala nje. Makanga ko one police stop away from kulose another finje. There's nothing to smile about when I know I am one stray bullet away from being a statistic. Na degree ni makaratasi tu. Hata mimi niko na moja, but now to put food on my mama's table through poetry I have to be sarcastic. Nasema Kenya life ni short na siongelei kinyasa, na account ya mwananchi ni empty kama promises za mwanasiasa. Account za mwananchi ni empty kama akili ya mwanasiasa. The president is talented in the art ya contempt of court. Well, the law is very clear, but his conscience is not. When youth depressed, una kazi na serikali inapea kazi wenye wanafaa wawe retirement. So bro, mbona una tense na hata mood ya worry? Hakuna pesa ya kulipwa peanuts bro, squeeze kila mtu anauza njugu. Au viongozi si wenzetu, sahi masaa ya kura ndio watakumbuka kutuita mandugu. Na serikali ingekuwa inajali what we say, then parliament kungekuwa na headphones na sio speaker. So nyang'anya we tangu la mic hata kwa nyumba ameshindwa kuperform. Mchana wanalala bunge na usiku wanataka night allowance. Hope ni rare, wasikudanganye na deed, body language can tell. Misplaced priorities, kule Nakuru hakuna maji kwa mifereji, but masaa ya kura wako very busy kutap talent. Walituahidi stadium lakini kwa ground vitu ni different. Na Kihika, Naiba na Samburu. Avieta governor ako loyal to Adani, money trees wako majani. Promises ni mingi na manifesto zao zingine ni kama katiba. Zingi zinasema vitu amfuati. Juu inchi ni meza wanakulia. Wananchi ni viti wanakalia. Kutubeba ufala ndio karia. Tukijaribu kushout out loud wanatuambia tulieni mam. Na ni si tu tunalia. Sijuzi muliona. Well, small fish akibreak the law anakujiwa. Lakini big fish akibreak the law, Nurdin Haji. Juu pesa ya kisima waliiba, and that's the damn truth. Well, sudden death is viewed kama spoiled votes, that's the sad truth. Hakuna food, shelter, mata clothing, that's the naked truth. Mayuta wana fare kwenda job interview, politician kenye namsumbua ni mafuta ya ndege, well that's the plain truth. Life ain't easy, that's the hard truth. It's not about sagging, drugs ina create my wasted youth. Inchi mashefa wezi afford ile food wana cook. Dom optician wanalipwa wezi atapiga look, well kill sin to see God. Hata utoi tithe aje ticket ya heaven na inunului my mook. Itakuwaje cry za tajiri ni intellectual lakini cry za maskini kwa masikio justice ni kelele. Itakuwaje una believe in me na nikicheza kimimi unashikwa na kiwewe. Itakuwaje unaninyima opportunity ya kupata kazi lakini kwa club unataka nipewe. Na effect ya nguvu ya thao inafika malinduru ya mnyonge iwezi fika. Ballot box na DSTV zinafika malidisha iwezi fika. Watoto wanalala njaa julikunywa na pesa ya kula na vizuri unajua pombe iwezi lika. Wanasiasa wanadanganya, si movie peke yake ni kutriki. Sasa ukisaidia rafiki yako pesa yako unapoteza rafiki yako na pesa yako. Omba mabeste food watakunyima wanunue na waende online wakutag. Madawa na mabeste zinashindana kukudrag. KPLC wakidhani wamezima stima, najua hapa wengine kuna wengine wako na maplug. Well, Jesus alibetraywa na kiss. Na nyinyi mko hapa mnajichocha jumulipewa hug. Wajinga nyinyi. So dear Mr. President, Ulitafuta kura na ukapata. Sisi tulipata rais lakini bado tunazidi kulipa ushuru. Kwa nchi mwananchi analipa standing charges kwa kila kitu ndio MP apate sitting allowance. Kwa nchi hakuna kazi. Mayouth kila mahali wanajiandika kama Flozz in Mawano. Do you know the leaders of tomorrow are dying today? Ni guts tu hakuna but everyone has something to say. Manifesto hope hazina, our mothers have resorted to pray. Na watoto wa CBC nani atawafunza hiyo? Tumechoka. Even Rihanna doesn't want him to stay. Well, let's talk about morals. Tunaishi kwa nchi pia is deputy yako na mavice. Design. Ay, give it up for Masiga. So tell me, how am I supposed to talk about peace if everything we have, we've had to fight for? If what is life, then what is living if freedom of speech ain't worth dying for? Tell me why it feels like we've been here before. What's the point of trying if life is looped in an unending cycle? There's no dignity in poverty. Tell me how money is the root of all evil. Because where I come from, it's either you die in the house because of hunger, or you're killed in the streets looking for a living. Where I come from, the cops kill for a living. Where I come from, we give them so much votes than the services we've been receiving. Where I come from, there are more better ones than me, but they don't see past 25 because stray bullet won't allow them to see their dreams come to life. So I am not a poet. My life is a poem. Because word is life and life is just a word, and that is how it goes. Well, the day I stop speaking about things that matter is when I will start dying. So dear death, don't kill me yet, because if you do, my mama will cry. And if she cries now, that will kill me, because once a gun was put on my head, and at that moment my whole life flashed in front of my eyes. Now that they didn't kill me yet, I live as one who has nothing to lose. My mama almost cried, so I'm technically dead in the inside, because I live in a country that kills its own citizens in a bid to collect more taxes. I live in a country where priests throw the weight of the world on the back of congregants. If that's not enough, they still hold more masses. I live in a country where half of the population skips meals. Tough economic times, BS, but a bullet never misses. I live in a country where innocent kids were killed outside parliament buildings over broken glasses. I have seen the pain of a mother's cry. Let me not talk about it. Because as a poet, sometimes the most powerful verses are in the words that are never said. Just like on June 25th, the young ones lost their lives trying to correct mistakes they never made. But they don't want me to write. But if I don't, then what happens to people who cannot hold a pen? Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Makofi kwao tafadhali, makofi kwao tafadhali. Thank you very much, Maze. That's the power of the pen. That's the power of the word. Thank you very much. Nice. I like the mood that we've created right now, so thank you for painting that out for us. And hatutaongeza lolote. I'd like to invite one of our speakers for the afternoon as well. This time, for just a bit, I'd like to invite Madam Emily Njeru, who will speak on behalf of UNESCO. And you know how UNESCO are excited about the cultural and creative space. So ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to welcome her on this stage. And soon after, we'll have our panel for the afternoon. So makofi kwake akikaribia. Thank you very much, and welcome, Madam Emily. Welcome. Sawa sawa DJ.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, my name is Emily Njeru. I work at the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO. I'm the acting director culture program, and I'm very, very happy to be here. This is not my first time. I was here, I think, last year when we were discussing the creative economy bill. And also, I remember when Power 5.4 was somewhere else. I also participated in some dialogues there. I'm not young. I started working in 1998. Mlikuwa wapi 1998? Many years. But one thing I want to assure you, I'm very, very happy to be here because when I was your age, majority of you, when I was at the university, that is when we were agitating for the constitution that we have today. And I remember as a young person, I was so inspired by the changes that were there. We formed a movement because I was ahead of a women political something at the university. And we went to Brackenhurst for the first time to demand for Katiba to Itakayo. And that spirit really assisted me because when I finished university and I got a job with government, that is the time they were also making the constitution. And I happened to have been in a department of culture where our director was one of the people who was supposed to attend meetings with civil society. And then he discovers this young woman knew how to use the laptop, using something that we are calling MS-DOS. So I was tagged along to those consultations, not because I had ideas, but because I knew how to record digitally what they were saying. And I didn't even know how to put the information correctly. And through that, I was able to interact with many people along the way on issues of governance through government, and I later moved from the ministry. I went to Kenya National Commission for UNESCO. UNESCO, as we are a liaison office between Kenya and UNESCO. And what UNESCO stands for is peace and sustainable development through dialogue and participation. UNESCO has a slogan that was Vita, starts in the minds of men. And the only way we can be able to build peace, sustainable peace, is through dialogue. And dialogue includes like what we are doing here today, the DemocrARtic exhibition showcase, which is very, very important. I've been able to go around and see a few pieces and see what it means using modern technologies. And this comes at a very good time when we really need to see how can we engage youth, young people, to participate in issues of governance. At the moment, very few people have registered, young people. Wako hivyo tu, unamuliza umechukua kura, anasema nitachukua. Unamuliza kwa nini? Asiti watalik tu. You see, that is a very bad excuse because even during the by-elections, what we saw old people. Why do you want grandparents and your mothers to determine your future? People who have lived their lives. It is the opportunity of young people at the moment to see what is it that we can do to change the attitude, because there's a lot of apathy. People are disillusioned because of the challenges of unemployment, the problems that young people are facing. They see they are depressed. Their moms took them to school and their dads. And then they find they cannot earn a living. And Ambia mom sijui nipatie 20 bob. And that dehumanizes a young person. And then the politicians, they are there mobilizing youth to tell you, you know, what they want when they need you. But when they get there, they really don't care about young people. And really wish to thank Power 254 and also the other partners, including Civicas and Black Rhino, for this forum, because we have very few people that are investing in young people. And the question is, what is it that can we do? What do we need to do to give people hope? Because a lot of young people have lost hope. They are hopeless. That is why we have a lot of young people trying to see, how do I get out of Kenya to go and get a job? I was watching TikTok and I saw a young lady who was duped into going to abroad for greener pastures. And she was informed that she was going to Qatar only to find herself in Iran. Anachunga mbusi sahi. Yeah? Others found themselves in war. That is in Russia. Yet it is because they don't see hope in their country. But remember, this country is not for the older generation. This country is ours, and it is ours, all of us, the young, the old, all communities. And we must look for ways of safeguarding it. And why I'm here today is because whatever is being done here today, the conversations, the exhibitions, they align very well with the ideals of UNESCO that calls for inclusion of people, and especially young people, in decision making, because we cannot have sustainable development unless people's needs, and also their views are integrated into decisions and into development policies and also their agenda. And one of the key instruments that UNESCO has on promotion of culture, because UNESCO sets standard norms that can inform policies, we have the 2005 Convention on the Protection and Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions. What this convention is about is governments are called upon, and Kenya signed this convention. Kenya is very good in ratifying international conventions. We were among the first to ratify as a country in 2007. And what this convention talks about is governments must invest in protecting their own diversity of cultural expressions. And especially at this digital age, when we look at social media, at the digital platforms are there, what content is there? What content are our youth consuming? Because a person becomes what they consume. And when we go to the digital platforms right now, a lot of especially women, the kind of content you're looking at people's bums, I don't know, their eyelashes. We need to create, and foreign, the nyash, those things, yeah? And you see, most of it is foreign content. Because why should a young person be thinking about Kim Kardashian? Who is Kim Kardashian? Who is Messi? In terms of our content. Promotion and protection of the diversity of cultural expressions means our content as Kenyans is available in the digital context as much as the foreign. And it should be content that resonates with the people. Because I can assure you, if you do something that resonates with the people, people will watch it. And that is how you saw during the finance bill, people who had never participated in governance issues, because of the kind of content that was being produced. Even the Mama Mboga, everybody was participating. So in terms of civic and education, in relation to UNESCO ideals, how do we promote that digital content that is going to resonate with the young people to see the need to participate in governance processes, including voting? Wajue kupiga kura ni muhimu. And I can assure you, if young people decided to vote seriously this country, from the MCA to the president, we will have a young person. It is very, very possible. You are the key. You have the power. And also, UNESCO has another instrument called the 1980 Recommendation on Status of the Artist. And what that recommendation calls for, it calls upon governments across any government that are state, that are signed, this member state of UNESCO, it calls upon governments to create conditions that enable creators, artists, producers, women, men, children, to be able to create their cultural expressions in a conducive environment. Today, when we look at most artists, where do they work from? From dingy places. Where do they disseminate? We don't have art markets. In terms of even the digital spaces, can you afford? You need the kind of things that you need. How do we claim for proper? It is our role to ensure that the government fulfills what it needs, because it is a way of also kukandamiza musionge. If I don't provide you the correct environment for you to produce, in terms of your rights, economic rights, freedom of expression, people will not know. But now you don't have to go to the street. You are going to use what you can produce digitally and creatively as artists to be able to do what you, and then you ensure that people are voting. And one of the things I want to say is that artists, you are the mirrors of society. You are the people who can actually be able to bring this out in a way that people will be able to see the need to participate in governance. You have that power. You are the majority. You are in a space where now you are born in a digital space. As we were when we were born, that was not there. And using emerging technologies like what I've seen here is actually a very, very wonderful idea. And also using other accessible technologies, such as TikTok. We have a lot of many things, animations, poetry, like the piece we've just watched. It's just powerful. Those are things that will make people think. And the creative sector, through storytelling using the digital platforms, is the only way that is going to change these elections. You're going to create a different. And for that reason, I want to assure you that we will continue working with you. And as we look at our Constitution, Article 10, how do we, the values that are there, how can we be able to integrate those values within what we are creating? And when we look at the African setting, for example, leaders they never campaigned to be chosen. The society would bestow leadership on a person that would be trusted enough to hold what belongs to the community. And for that reason, they would weed out anybody who was suspected to be a thief, a sorcerer, a murderer. So, in the same way, how can we use social media or the digital creation to be able to weed out those people that creatively, and they can be removed, and on that basis, we can be able to bring out those values in a better way. For instance, in Japan, if someone has committed, or China, if you have a corrupt person, you'd rather commit suicide than go back to your society, because the society rejects you because of the value systems. So for me, I want to assure you of our commitment as to continue sharing. And at NATCOM, we have, together with other partners, global partners, we have developed a document that we are calling Fair Culture, which will be launching on World Art Day, which talks about the rights of artists, including freedom of expression. So I sincerely thank you for this opportunity, and I really hope all of us, when you get an opportunity, do something that is going to make people vote. Our vote is our weapon. We don't want young people killed on the streets. At this time, because I think I've taken a lot of time, I wish to sincerely thank all the partners that have contributed to this and the young people that are present here today. And I encourage you, do not lose hope. There's a lot of hope for this country. This country is yours. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. A round of applause, please. Asante sana. Keep engaging as Madame sits. Thank you very much. Nice. Good afternoon and welcome. Remember, our hashtag is DemocrARtic Exhibitions. So far, so good. Wale wanafuata program, we're doing quite fine. The weather is favoring us, and I'd like us to favor the time as well by jumping into the next bit of the program. The ones who've just joined us, it's been a good afternoon so far. We've been engaging with the pieces around. So when we do finally break, kindly step to the side, grab one of the pieces, engage with the artists. Kama hukuweza kuongea na watano na unataka kuongea na wengine watano, then will be your chance. Now, I'd like us to get to the thickest bit of this program, which won't last too long. So as long as it is here, kindly engage, kindly be as proactive. Ukienda pale, at some point we'll have a time to also have audience interaction. So in case you have a question, write it down. The moderator will definitely give you a chance to engage. But online, you can keep engaging. Remember, we are hashtag DemocrARtic Exhibitions. Remember, you can tag Power at Power254 on every platform you're on, whether Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and otherwise. And remember, any other time when we are not together in such sessions, we are always on radio for Power Radio. So catch us on our website, but also on YouTube for the live sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I'd like to welcome the moderator for this final bit, the very fantastic Nata tuambie show yake. So ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the very fantastic Anne Wanyoike. Good.
Wow, I am the very fantastic Anne Wanyoike. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon once more. It's really such an honor and a treat for us to see you here, joined us for the DemocrARtic Exhibitions. And over the next 1 hour or so, I'm going to take us through a panel. Rather, I am going to be moderating a conversation under the theme, Leveraging Emerging Tech and Art for Youth Civic Engagement for Socio-Economic Development. And I was really excited to see and to hear the sentiments from Madam Emily Njeru there, talking to us just a little bit of what the panel is going to be about. I don't know how she knew that is whatever she talked about was going to be on my introduction, but nevertheless, we continue. The show must go on. Now, across the world, young people are told they are the leaders of tomorrow. You've heard about that phrase. It's a very tired phrase by now. Yet today, they are underrepresented in decision making, underserved by institutions, and underestimated in power. But on one account, we are here to ask ourselves the very important questions. Can immersive augmented reality participation? We are also here to ask ourselves, can digital platforms lower barriers to youth civic inclusion? And can civic tech interventions move from conversation status to commitment, especially when it comes to conversations around generating forms of socio-economic advancement for especially our artists? So our panel today is very diverse. We've brought together founders, tech founders, artists, civic tech activists as well. That, there are people who are not waiting for permission to shape democracy and good governance. Rather, they are demanding for it, they are designing it, they are reimagining it, and they are creating it. So today, I implore us to join us on this conversation as we move beyond inspiration. Let's interrogate how emerging technology and art can become engines not only for democratic participation, but of inclusive socio-economic transformation. And now, to introduce my first speaker, panelist, it is my delight as he steps onto stage. Allow me to welcome the co-founder and CEO at Black Rhino VR, Mr. Brian Afande. Yes, Brian Afande. Woohoo! Good to see you, sir. Who is a creative technologist and agent of change dedicated to accelerating the adoption of extended reality technologies across Africa. He envisions a future where young Africans are not just consumers of technology, but pioneers of innovation, shaping the continent's technological evolution. With a mission rooted in designing, democratizing, demystifying, and deploying XR, Brian is equipping the next generation with essential skills to drive economic transformation. By fostering new ideas, business models, and job creation, he is positioning Africa's youth at the forefront of global technological advancement, ensuring they actively shape their own futures. He also currently serves as a board member at Global Future Council on the future of the metaverse at the World Economic Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, Brian Afande once more. All right, second up as she steps onto stage is Rose Njeri Tunguru. Rose Njeri Tunguru is a Kenyan civic tech activist. She gained prominence in May 2025 after heavily armed police raided her apartment and detained her after she developed a platform that enabled citizens to send emails to their elected representatives to voice their opposition to a controversial tax bill. That is a finance bill. We all remember that? Yes, she's right here with us. She's right there with us. Yes. Yes, please. After her release, she launched the Surveillance and Accountability Project, a research lab focused on defending Kenya's digital democracy from President William Ruto's regime's rising authoritarianism. In 2025, she appeared on Time magazine's annual list of 100 emerging leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, Rose Tunguru. All right, on to my next panelist, Barbara Gitari, is a digital content creator from Nairobi, Kenya. Currently running the Pagafly Animation Studio, a sanctuary of creativity and craftsmanship where stories come alive through the magic of 2D animation. She's had the privilege of collaborating with a diverse array of clients across a range of industries, and yes, she was a participant of the Digital Action Lab. Ladies and gentlemen, Barbara Gitari. All right, and last but definitely not the least, no, I actually have two more. Sorry about the mix-up. Okay, I'm just going to go right into my, sorry about that. Just a moment. This is awkward, is it? I hope it will not be so long. Okay. My next panelist is Mr. Boniface Mwali, who is a Nairobi-based communications and project management professional with over 15 years of experience at the intersection of media, policy, and strategic advocacy. Grounded in a political science background, Boniface has built a career distinguished by his ability to translate complex policy narratives into compelling public communication, a skill set he has applied across the private sector, civil society, government, and the creative economy. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you Mr. Boniface Mwali as he steps onto the stage. Right, and last but not least, the project lead of the Digital Action Lab, Angeline Mati, who is an impact-driven project officer with over 5 years of experience in activism, governance, human rights, youth empowerment. She also leverages strategic thinking, innovation, and risk-conscious approaches to design and implement initiatives that advance inclusion, justice, and equity for youth and marginalized communities. An innovative, proactive, analytical, and collaborative professional committed to delivering meaningful social impact. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Angeline Mati. Yes. Okay, I'm just being notified that the owner of the car KBE 546Y is needed outside to go and open it up. Kindly. Yes. Oh, okay, sure. Good, sit there. All right, a round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen, for my panelists. Right, and I'm going to jump right into our conversation. Allow me to start with Mr. Brian Afande. Yes, let me start with you. Because, you know, the Digital Action Lab, we have been in partnership with you at Black Rhino VR. It's been such an incredible journey. So maybe just, this is your opportunity to plug people and tell us the story of Black Rhino. Why did you co-found it? Why does it exist? And then it can set us off on a great context for our conversation today.
Okay, thank you so much, and good afternoon. So, disclaimer, if you give a lawyer a microphone, you're messing around. So how long do I have?
Take all our time.
Okay, cool. So my name is Brian Afande, but a lot of people call me Mr. French. Not because I speak French, because I used to DJ, or still DJ. So some of you must be wondering, why would a DJ run a company? I want to tell you something, that me as a CEO of a company and being a creative, that being a creative makes me a better leader. Because inherently, from the get-go, I was always a creative. And that was really the story of Black Rhino VR, where we set up the company. Actually, this year we're celebrating 10 years of Black Rhino VR within the extended reality space. So just a quick fact. Meta, formerly Facebook, did research in 22 African countries to find out who were the leading extended reality. So when I say extended reality, I mean augmented reality, virtual reality, and mixed reality. I believe communication is just not a language, it's a frequency, and I want us to oscillate in that same frequency. So when you talk about these technologies, they are inclusive in one umbrella. So Meta, at that point, 2 years ago, did research in 22 African countries to find out who were the leading companies within the region and when were they first established. It turned out that Black Rhino was the first company in Africa to be set up as an extended reality, official extended reality company. First, I didn't know when we were setting up the company that we would be the first in the continent. We were just, okay, long story short, I survived a terrorist attack. I was inside Westgate shopping mall for 6 hours. And when I walked out of there, it was very important for me that I used to have a very good job, but it wasn't about a good job. I was orphaned in the streets. And looking back at the sort of things that I went through, living out in the streets, being taken to my uncle taking us in, and going through that really sort of spectrum of hardship, I realized that I had a gift. And the gift was really to give people back, whether or not it's through the meager resources that I had or through the networks that I've had. So I came together with a really good friend of mine and we set up Black Rhino VR. We didn't start out as an extended reality company. We started out as 360 filmmakers. Now, to cut the long story short, I want to tell you something and I want to borrow it from scripture, that God uses the foolish things of the world to shame the wise. It doesn't matter what your beginnings are. It doesn't matter whether the world has disqualified you. He's the only person who can qualify you. He qualifies the disqualified. When I stand here, I represent, or sit here rather, I represent the underdog. Because for more often than not, I have always been the underdog in rooms that I've walked in. Whether I look different, whether my color is different, whether I sound different, it doesn't matter. I've always been an underdog. And that's why when we thought about with Munyiri and Angeline, and we were coming up with what this program could be, it was very clear for us that we need to create solutions and assets that we can democratize technology to people, make it affordable and accessible. For me today, I'm a very proud father because everyone in this cohort is like my brother and sister, right? My kids, I mean. And when I see the artwork that they've created with tools, that when we started building the tools, we didn't even have the money to build this platform called media. And one day, through faith, we had a document and we wrote a document and someone gave us over 30 million Kenyan shillings to build a platform. For me, being a guy from Busia, I'd have taken that 30 million and gone to Uganda. Where would they have gotten me? Where would they have gotten me? Right? But we decided to put in the money towards something that would allow young people to build technology while reducing the barriers to entry. So this is just a long story short about Black Rhino, and I'm very happy and privileged to be here. And congratulations to each and every artist who's really made an outstanding artwork. Please give your hands a round of applause.
Okay, I'm back. Right. Let me ask you, Brian. So you've told us the story about how Black Rhino came about, but specifically while you zero in onto the Digital Action Lab and the journey that it has been so far, thinking about it is as if you are actually mediating civic conversations, because we are going to. We've been able to see, even from the exhibition tours, that through the amazing innovative tool that you have created, known as the Media AR tool, we are able to interact with it for this specific conversation, which is civic and education and political education. So how deeply do you feel responsible for the kind of conversations that happen civically now that you're in this position?
Yo, that's a very heavy question. I mean, when I think about responsibility, and I also say because of the virtue of being what I would say what do you say? I'm not considered youth in Kenya. In 5 years, I'm 50. So definitely I'm not considered youth. But one thing I know for sure is that I stand on the shoulders of other young people who believe in what we say and what we do. And they believe in the future of young people accessing technology to augment what is in their mind, to augment their talents. So really I see myself, the responsibility part is, I see myself as a custodian of the future. I'm what you call an early adopter of technology. And as an early adopter of technology, I could either choose to run a monopoly and make all the money in the world and really work within a certain silo, or just open up the technology, open sources for young people to start building. So I would say that the responsibility, I would say that the responsibility that is really bestowed upon my shoulders is the fact that we are custodians of the future. And when I say we are, it means that our philosophy has always been very simple. Each one, reach one, teach one. And this is how you create a revolution. So each and every person who gets this new skill sets, they go ahead and teach someone else, and they teach someone else, and that's how you bring change in an ecosystem, as opposed to create value in circulation, as opposed to just holding it on your own.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow. In your earlier remarks, you stated that you survived a terrorist attack, and one person that did not survive a terrorist attack, wink, wink, is Rose Njeri. And if you might not know about her story, I'm going to allow her to. It's a little bit unfair to let you discuss what it's sort of like asking you to relive the ordeal that you went through, but it's important to kind of create the context of our conversation today. So just kindly allow yourself to go back to that ordeal back in 2025. What happened after you created Civic Email? And then it just didn't stop there. And that's how I know that I am in the presence of a powerful woman. You have created something else from that ordeal. So tell us a little bit about what you went through after Civic Email, and then your bounce back story with the surveillance and accountability project.
Hello.
Hi, you know, without the mic, you wouldn't be able to hear me. So, hi everyone.
Hi.
My name is Rose Njeri. You may have heard of that name in 2025 when I was arrested. I was actually in a forum such as this one. I was with Meshach over there in Baraza Media Lab. Yeah, so
you are safe, trust us. There's nobody who is going to walk in and abduct you, I hope.
Yeah, and what happened was before, like 10 days before, I made a website which enabled people to send in their memoranda, which they ask for, by the way, via email to certain given email addresses. So it was basically, you go to that site, it's a static site, it doesn't collect your information or anything, but it lists like our grievances. So all you had to do was read through. If you disagree, you can edit the subject, you can edit the people you're sending it to, but they are all emails that they gave us for that purpose. And then you just click send, and it redirects to your emailing platform. And you've sent in your memo, which is what public participation is literally enshrined in the Constitution. So I made that website, didn't even get that much traction, went on with my life. So I'm at Baraza for this thing by Hiva Fund and etc. And then at 2, when we are lining up for lunch, they basically come for me, and they were in plain clothes, they are not identifying themselves, wanasema tu unajua kile umefanya. And at that point, you know, it's panic mode. I have this guy to pick at school. He was leaving at 3. I'm the only caretaker for my children, so I'm like, to me it was just like, who's going to pick them up? And so they're like, oh, you want to pick them up? We'll go with you. They used that to basically go now to my house to ransack it and pick every digital device, some of which they didn't even list on the, you know, when they pick things, they like write, yeah, not the charge sheet, but the, okay, there's something, there's a document there. They say that they've picked this and this and this and this, yeah. So they used that excuse of, like, me being hysterical about who's going to pick my children, nini, to go to my house to grab my things. And then we didn't even go to the kids. So at this point, I don't know, like, what's going to happen. And then they took me to DCI offices, but it wasn't a direct route. It was like, unazungushwa. So you're like, sasa wananipeleka wapi? And they're not saying, they're just saying, unajua kile umefanya. So anyway, so the rest, I think, you know, I spent 4 nights in jail, in a cell. First time ever. It was quite an experience. But after that, the court threw the case out because it hadn't met the threshold for crime. Basically, if I would have been charged for anything, it would be them saying that, well, public participation is illegal, which it's not. So after that, and during and after, I sort of, in my interactions with the people who arrested me and the policemen in the cell and everything, I realized that they had been surveilling me. So, like, they were saying things like, we know your daily schedule, like we know when you leave the house to go take your children to school or to go to the shop, like we know. So, and you were saying also, they were listening in on calls and they were saying, you were telling your friends you're not sure you're going, so we weren't even sure even if we would catch you, like tungekupata, kama tungekupata sijui tungefanya nini. So like my experience taught me that, so there's a lot of surveillance that is ongoing, and who knows, maybe even by virtue of you being here means now you've been added on a list somewhere. And you never know. And the thing is, there's actually laws around surveillance. There's there's 3 things you're supposed to have, 3 thresholds that you're supposed to have reached before the police or the before those guys can now actually apply legally to the law, like, legally to be like, okay, this guy, we suspect they're doing something illegal, and so we need to monitor, to surveil, to see their activities. They don't do that. They don't follow those things. For now, because of how, we're here for digital democracy. Yeah. So, like, because of how easy it is for you as a Kenyan, as a person who's not like Boniface Mwangi, like you don't have a following, but it's easy for you to express yourself, right? You will say something, and then they decide you're a threat. So now they surveil you without following the law. And that is now the reason why I started, after my arrest, the Surveillance and Accountability Project. So it's got 2 pillars, one of which is surveillance and surveillance research. And so I collaborate with Citizen Lab from University of Toronto to do phone checks and device checks to see if they are using actually spyware on your phones. And at the same time, the accountability side, I use it to continue my work of building tools that make the space between public participation and the leaders hearing us smaller. And currently, right now as we speak, I'm working on an elections thing. It's Open Elections Kenya, Linda Kura Yako. Very within the law, but they'll just find us, but very within the law, because legally, whatever is during elections, whatever they get at Form 34A, it's not going to be edited at any point before it gets to 34C. Sindio? So even without like my project, it's amazing that after our new constitution was promulgated, no one has thought, or maybe people have, but like, why are we not, mbona hatuchungi kura zetu, which is provided for in the law. Like, even you as a person contesting, it's okay for you to like collect all these 34As as they are being transmitted. Not ati sasa wewe ndo unafanya kura. You let IEBC do their thing, but you also monitor what they are doing so that we protect our vote, because that's the point. Because one thing people keep saying about voting is, wataiba. What are you doing about it? So that's what I'm doing about it. I'm creating open elections, which will be basically open to anyone in Kenya being able to share things as they happen. You know how people are saying to live stream on TikTok? It can like, so it should be able to collect all that evidence to also support the IEBC work. So it's not like we are competing with them. we are just within the law. We are just observing the elections. It's actually live, the first phase of it, which is mapping of polling stations, and you can visit openelectionskenya.vasel.com, and you'll see there's a map, but it's best accessible on PC or tablet. And another thing I have also is Tuma Report, which is basically a platform that anyone on Android, you download the app and you can report if maybe you're in a civic event, maybe there's a protest going on, you can report there's protests in this place at this time. And it's supposed to go hand in hand with the elections monitoring thing, but it's already live, so like for now it's just working as it is, and then getting feedback and refining it to see which parts of Kenya are like actively participating in things. It's mostly about civic events, so you know who is protesting about GMOs, who's protesting about land being stolen somewhere like that. It's also like a record keeping tool, so yeah, it's again lowers that space between public participation and the governance that we have. So yeah,
a round of applause. I mean, she's doing amazing, yeah, and we hope we can interact more with the surveillance and accountability project. But moving quite along to Barbara Gitari, who is an artist that has been a part of this journey of the Digital Action Lab. I want you to tell us just a little bit about what your experience has been. You know, you're an animator, an illustrator. Could you kindly speak to us on your experience so far? And specifically touch on the use of augmented reality and integrating it with the work that you do as an artist.
Hi guys, my name is Barbara, and like she said, I was one of the artists in this cohort. I think in this cohort, the thing that stood out to me was the fact that the training was literally like 1 week, and we learned how to use the augmented reality technologies, and that was so powerful to me because it's literally shows that you don't have to be like some kind of genius, you don't have to be a coder, you don't have to be a tech guru. You know, the barriers to entry for this technology are really small, and thank you so much, Brian, for creating that. It was a 1 week program where we went in, we were taught by Brian and his team everything that we needed to know about the AR technologies, and then afterwards we broke and we went into our own little silos and we worked on our projects, and yeah, in the end I think the projects turned out well. For me, my experience working on this project, I have to say, was just eye-opening, because not only was I able to add value into the work that I already do, find a way to add value for my clients, for myself, and also just to create something that can be more interactive. I think for myself, in animation, the thing is, once you post it and someone watches it, then it's just kind of gone in their minds, because there's so much to watch out there, especially for those of us who are making like, you know, TikTok and social media videos. But through the use of AR and integrating it into the work, then it means that you can take your project from something that someone only watches once to something that they literally can carry around with them, something that they can trade with, something that they can exchange with their friends, something that they can play with. It becomes so much more interactive, and that also goes back to its role in artivism, because in artivism, or in when you're making these videos about artivism, or videos that's the animations that are, you know, about these things, these topics that might seem a little bit more complex, most people will watch it once and then leave it, especially the younger generation. You'll just watch it once and then leave it. But this gives people a chance to interact with the technology, to keep it with them, to make sure that it stays with them, it stays in their mind. They won't forget it quite as soon. And I would say that the whole overall experience has been great. I've loved being in community with other creatives. There's a saying that says creativity thrives in community, and I think that's one thing that we have found as the artists in this cohort. I've loved seeing everybody's work, everybody's processes. it's really interesting when you come together as artists, because I think that's when the magic happens. That's when all the magic really happens. And so it has been an eye-opening experience, but also a learning experience, and I have enjoyed every moment. Yeah,
love that. How disruptive do you think this emerging technologies is going to be in how you continue to create, even beyond the Digital Action Lab?
Well, I wouldn't say disruptive. I would say it adds on, because it complements what I already do, which is animation. And I found a way to make sure that they work together, because at the end of the day, emerging technologies are meant to be used as tools, just the same way animation is a tool. As long as you can get the work out there, you can get the message out there, I think that's what really matters. But I wouldn't call it disruptive. I would say it has a lot of synergy with arts. It's not really disruptive. They work together. Yeah.
All right. Awesome. I'm going to bring in Boniface Mwali, who, in my introduction, pardon me, I forgot to say that he also serves as a cultural manager, cultural relations manager at the British Council. And my question is geared towards that, the role of development partners, even as we look at how do we leverage and develop emergent technologies, especially when it comes to opening up the civic participation space. So tell us, what do you think the role of development partners is in inventing this sort of space?
Okay, is this one on? Okay, thank you. First, I'd like to say congratulations to the whole team here from Powers that put together this project, Angeline and Jerry and the larger team. And especially to the artists. I think it's the work of the artists that we're here for. And having gone around and seen the work that's on display, the likes of the likes of Barbara, I think every piece I've had a chance to see, both visually in terms of how it's created. Me looks very, okay, maybe I should. For me, each piece of art that I've seen it looks good to look at, but also when you go to the other level, to the tech behind it, it's like seeing two pieces of art, in one, and that for me is a very innovative way to experience art, and I think Mr. French here has been one of the most vocal champions of VR and AR and what this technology can do, and it was very lovely to see it in action in this context. So congratulations to everyone who's been part of this project for getting it here. In my role as a project manager, I've worked with many different organizations, so I think I'll just draw from the experience of several different projects that I've been part of, to maybe for the British Council, the project that we've been running over the last 2 years, which is the UK-Kenya season, has had a very strong emphasis on innovation and how do we bring forth innovations, especially by artists and young people. How are artists innovating in how they create art, in how the art is experienced by audiences? And I think this is very spot on to that intention, to the objective of what this program at the British Council has been aiming to accomplish. So for me, it's a challenge to take back to our organization. How do we sort of continue this type of work, this kind of innovative approaches to technology, and how do we also amplify it? How do we ensure that the work that has been displayed here and the artists who have been part of this project and this sort of work continue to make this work in future? We have many different programs that touch on that, but I would draw from maybe an example of another project that I've been part of fairly recently, just to highlight the importance of aligning this this sort of presentation and the way we create art to a moment, to a point in time which gives it the impact and significance that it has. I like that a lot of the pieces we are seeing here are speaking to the election moment, because we are going into a period where we need people to be very aware of the choices they're going to make and to be involved in that process. So for me, it's very powerful to see this. 2 years ago, during the COVID pandemic, I don't know who, not 2 years ago, this is now 4 years, yeah? But during the COVID pandemic, I don't know if, where were you guys? What were you guys doing during COVID? Yeah? There we exactly. So the virtual component was what I was going for. During COVID, I had an opportunity to work with HEVOS on a different project on climate justice. So we had artists coming together from all across Africa to produce art that was speaking to the climate justice conversation. And one of those projects was by a gentleman called Jeremiah Ikongio from Nigeria. French might know him because everyone in VR and AR, I think they know each other. So Jeremiah came up with this very magnificent concept to take historical sites, sites that have been pretty much decimated in Nigeria, and recreate them using VR and AR. And we exhibited this project to the community that we were working with, and after that, HEVOS took the collective work that we were doing to the COP26 summit in Copenhagen that year. And the impact of that work was that, out of the different voices of artists that were part of this project, the outcome of it was that in COP27, now the countries that we were advocating against, the Western countries, which are the ones that are responsible for the climate change that we're experiencing, ended up committing up to $13 billion to different projects, adaptation and all that. I can't take credit for that this work was fully responsible for that outcome, but there's a part it played, because the people who are attending COP, they saw this work, they, some of them interacted with it, and it made a difference. When people are going back into the meetings at COP, having seen, experienced this work in AR, like what Jeremiah had produced, it informed some of the outcomes, some of the decisions that were made in those meetings. And the reason I'm saying this is just to contextualize that the work you're doing as artists here, it is very important. If you're able to take this, for example, I really liked this piece with the lawyers, and if you're able, if the artist who made this is able to take this to schools and young people are able to interact with it, the level of awareness that creates, civic awareness, 5 or so years down the line, that will translate to the change that we want to see in the society. So I think from my perspective in the development space is that these initiatives are incremental. Sometimes it feels like the pace is slow, the thing is not happening immediately. But if you think about the example I was referencing of COP, we did this project with HEVOS in 2020 during the COVID pandemic. The results only later came out in COP27. And even now, there's still a lot of follow-up happening of, how are those commitments going to be channeled to African countries and the global south. So it's a long journey, it's a long process, but it's important to begin it and begin to start this conversation and trigger the change in the spaces where it needs to happen.
Right. So the conversation today is gearing towards two very pertinent points, which is youth civic engagement, that's one, And then there's the other one, which is socio-economic development. And I want us to zero in on the specific tenet of socio-economic development. You know, where's the money for the artist? I know I speak for many artists here in the room, right? Artists, yeah. You're also wondering, where is the money? And while you speak to that, you know, development partners, yes, you've done incredible work in terms of financing the creative economy, but is investment just only financial? And what other ways can we ensure that money is continuously flowing into the pockets of wasanii? Sini ukweli? Yes, please. I know I'm putting you a bit on the spot there, but I think you're the right person to answer this.
Well, I mean, I can speak to what we do as an organization in to some extent, and only to the project that I'm aware of. You know, as the British Council, for example, we give grants to artists. We put out calls and we invite artists to apply for these grants. And I'll tell you that every time we put out a call, we have more than up to 200% over subscription, you know, over application, more than the capacity that we have to offer. We have a program, for example, called the Braid Fund that offers small grants of between 5 to 10,000 pounds. This is about like 500,000 to 1 million shillings for to enable artists to create their work. At any given point in time, we can only accommodate maybe 30 grantees for each application. We'll receive up to 300 applications for that program, right? And for me, that says it's not enough to only for only the British Council to do that work. There is so many sort of ideas and projects out there that are deserving, that need to be supported and granted. And so there is need for collaborations to happen so that then the scale and impact can really be felt. I think also the direction where we are going, and I'm speaking now as a Kenyan who has been in this sector, you know, as an artist myself, and worked in this space for 15 years, is we also need to get other partners involved. I'm very glad to see IEBC here, you know, being part of this conversation. The campaigns that are necessary for young people to register for votes, to vote rather, are going to be intense, I think, in the coming years. And it's good to see that artists are aligned to the moment, because if you begin to think of how are you part of the conversation of the day, I think that's where the opportunity is for any artist who is working in this space. And I think we would welcome the involvement of other institutions, be they, you know, government agencies. I'm glad UNESCO is here. We have a lot of conversations with UNESCO at another level, beyond my level, but there are partnerships that we really are very glad to see formulate, and having government and even the private sector also part of these conversations is really the way we are going to respond to the large need that we have in this sector. There's no one institution that can say, now we're going to step in and address all the needs of the space. Right. I hope that answers it.
Yes, please.
So here's the thing. A lot of us want to depend, and Boniface is doing an amazing work, seeing at how they can be able to decentralize resources to people. And the platform that you're going through right now is, of course, a grant from British Council in conjunction with the European Union. We got this grant to do this. But also on this other side of the fence, guys, when you talk about socioeconomic sort of development, we must change our mindsets. Because insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. We can't all say we are going. He just clearly articulated himself that they had an oversubscription of 200%, which means that when you look at the pool, there's so many people trying to apply for this, and the resources are limited. How about we start thinking about things different? How do you change your mindset from someone who wants to either get a job, to someone who wants to actually go and create the opportunities. Having an abundant mindset, because you're creative. Again, I borrow from the Bible. We are derivatives of the Creator, which means because I come from this tree, I am a branch from this tree, which means inherently I'm a creator. So if you tap into the infinite creation that you have, then what happens? Magic starts happening. For instance, these particular skills that you got, these are skills globally I can count. I've been in this industry in XR for 11 years, and within the creative space for 25 years. I have seen it transition. I have seen a change of guard. I have seen, you call it whatever you want to call it, I have seen that change. And the people who've survived are the people who've adopted to this change. When it comes to artificial intelligence, I know we are scared of this thing. It's going to take our jobs. It's going to do what? But what if we
Is
it? No, I mean, it has. Just yesterday, you saw Jack Dorsey got rid of about, I think, 4,000 people from his organization. It is real. But when you start thinking about how these particular skills, I can count on my hands how many people have these skills, because I work within the continent. And I can tell that these augmented reality skills that you got can actually lead to economic pathways for you. And Barbara also said it, it's helping her with her work. For instance, there's a whole economic vertical that can be built from the skills that you have attained. We say that these technologies are going to lead to a tertiary economy of AR goods and services and VR goods and services that does not exist, which means you're not one of that pool that is saturated with this skill set. You're literally out of that pool. And because you're out of that pool, because you have this particular skill set, you can be able to go into the market with this. I'm not even telling you, easy stories are jabba. Easy story, I'm telling you the truth. If maybe I can create an augmented reality experience, one post in Safaricom pays me 500,000 shillings for it. And I'm running a company and we are so many people. Imagine what that can do to an individual like you. So what I'm trying to say here is, let's have this sense of not highly dependent on the developmental sector, which is cool. They support us to build all this stuff. But again, when you understand that these skill sets can be monetized, then you realize that when you go out in the market, you actually have a superpower that you can be able to monetize. I've worked with artists for the past 11 years in XR, and I can tell you some of the artists that I've worked with. The ones who really switched on started even hiring other people based on these particular skill sets. So when we look at these socioeconomic sort of pathways to success, we also must shift our mindsets that these particular skills that you're getting, there's people who go to school and learn these skills. You guys gave us a week, and it was a beautiful week in our lab where we laughed, we did what, but we built some dope stuff. Now when you come here and you scan all these artworks have commercial value. Please believe me, from someone who's been here for this long, all this artwork has commercial value, but you must translate that commercial value because it's a particular skill set that you have. And then one thing, let's dissolve the silos, because we also sometimes want to make money on my own. Dissolve those silos, start amalgamating, start working together, create a collective of young people. Together we are stronger. We inherently, we've always been a community. We need to do, we call it the 3 C's. Number 1, we need to collaborate. Collaborating further. You learn faster when you're collaborating because you're failing together. One person is learning, the other person is not learning. You bring the person who's not learning, one day he'll learn, he'll teach you something. We need to start co-creating. We need to start collaborating on projects. Let's say it's a project that you see that another artist that you've been in the cohort can give you value. The idea here is to also go outside of your comfort zones. Start working with engineers. Start working with doctors. This technology still can be applied by those people. You saw the anatomy of a leader. When you scan it, there's legs, there's a ear, there's an ear, there's a mouth. Those elements could be used in a medical setting. So think, you again tap into this infinite creativity. Still you can get into a medical field, augment books for learning. When people scan, a heart pops up and people learn and you're paid for that. And the 3rd C is to actually just build these communities of practice, where within these communities of practice, you guys can be able to start sharing IP. Because together we can go further. And I've seen the beauty of coming together, because when you talk about an economy is not one person. An economy is a block of people. You're looking at macroeconomics. There's behaviors and this sort of stuff. So my point here is that, and I thank God that I was orphaned at a very early age and I didn't go to university. Because if I went to university, probably I'd have been thinking in a very linear way. And I'm happy a lot of the technology that we've been able to do today, we are self-taught. So there's no prescribed way of how to make money. Because I remember the first time I went and told my family that I wanted to be an entrepreneur. They're like, okay, what are you going to do? I said, virtual reality. They all thought I was crazy. But they supported the craziness. They're like, okay, you see, let's see what this guy can do. But my first loan was given to me by my wife. She was like, hey, babe, you have this idea, but let me give you those. So again, another thing. If today we can give money for weddings, and I hate that stuff, FYI. Because if it's just the two of you, just go on the side, get married, we're happy for you.
Now people are going to leave the committee groups after this.
Please leave those committee groups.
Oh my goodness.
So my example is this. If we can give money for weddings, give money for funerals, why can't we give money for businesses? If you come and you tell your community, guys, I want to build this AR experience, or I want to shoot a film or an animation, this is what I'm thinking. Do you think your community can yima you? In business, we are taught three things. The first time, it's called a pecking order. A pecking order is a trajectory for you to look for money, right? The first part of a pecking order, this is business 101. You're told it's called the 3 triple Fs. Family, friends, and fools. You understand? Today, let me teach you something that when in business it comes. And triple F, a lot of us don't think about triple F. We want to go straight and stress Bonfas. We want to go tell him, yo, is there another grant that's coming out? You've left your shosho. You know how shoshos have money? They're always keeping money in like different places, Huku inside, I don't know where. They have money. So if I go to my community and I show them augmented reality and they're like, this is the future, so what's your plan? A, B, and C. A guy came to see me, he wanted to raise 50 Gs. I told him, get out of my office. You want to raise 50 Gs and you want to put out a whole call, go to your community, go to where you live. If you walk around your neighborhood, guys will say, you know what, I'm supporting his business. Let's change our mindset as Africans. We just cannot give people money for funerals and weddings. Wow. Let's start getting into businesses and support each other.
Round of applause. Yes. You done take us to church there. I want to come to Angeline Mati, who, you know, you have been the project lead of the Digital Action Lab, and I think you have a very broad perspective into what we are here gathered today to talk about. So, right from the objectives of the Digital Action Lab, you have quite a job there to ensure that there are pathways to ensure that we are implementing from the objectives. So what are some of the plans that you have put into place, even as we look for innovative ways to ensure that this goes not only in Nairobi, but it goes beyond Nairobi, it goes even beyond the 2027 general election, because I do realize that the democratic exhibitions should be something that is a relevant idea, even beyond the electoral cycle in Kenya.
Thank you, Anne. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hi. So one of the things that I dread for this project is just that it goes silent and dies beyond today, because the main thing that has been at the center of my heart is to see the continuation of the project. Yes, for the artists mainly, actually, because I want to see them even earn more from the skills that they earned from the project. And so it's to create more platforms for them, and we are in talks with different partners to see how we can advance the project beyond the exhibition and beyond selling people to take to participate in democratic processes. And so we are also planning to have to go beyond Nairobi, because we have other projects as per 254. For example, we have a project called Ritai, and so we are planning to take this artwork in Mashinani, for example, because we have a project in Kajiado, in Nakuru. So this is not the end of democratic exhibition, it's just the beginning. The other thing, as I had mentioned, we're in talks with different development partners, and we're hoping that it will amount to something. But at the same time, as Brian is saying, one of the things that I've been challenging the artists with is they need to also take advantage of this particular opportunity, because I want to say a good number of them did not have the augmented reality skills before the project, and so it's something that they can leverage on so that they can add to their livelihood. For example, one of the things that we did today, we printed some T-shirts that actually have an artwork, yes, that is scannable. And I was actually we're actually discussing in the office, like maybe we can use this as a sample to tell people we can buy such T-shirts to help advance what the artists are doing, because when you scan the T-shirt, you are able to interact with the artwork. Yeah, so those are some of the things that we're doing. Yeah.
Has there been any challenge while executing the Digital Action Lab project?
Yes, there've been a couple of them. And at the top of it, we were not just creating for any theme. One of the things that we were focusing on is activism, and it is to encourage young people to participate in democratic processes. And one of the questions that we were asked at the training by the artist was, in case maybe I'm harmed because of creating artwork that speaks out to things that we are facing in the country, like censorship, for example, or even human rights issues, the surveillance, what will happen to me? And so we had to reach out to some of our partners. So that has been one of the challenges that we've been facing. And the other aspect is what Anne was asking. The creative sector is actually somehow underfunded. Yes, as we now look towards what Brian was advising. So even what we were working with was a bit constrained, but we actually did what we could, and we were able to come up with the artworks. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So in a couple of minutes, I'm going to open it up for questions from the audience members. But I want to come to Rose Njeri. You know, there's a question here at the big elephant in the room. Data security. Because it's pertinent that we should be vigilant. You know, you just talked about your peril with surveillance. We do want, as young people, to be civically engaged, but we are afraid that someone might come into this room right now and we find ourselves being taken. So how do we navigate that? And just how do we navigate data security, because I know it is a very sensitive topic to talk about. So how do we ensure that we are creating technologies that are safe and secure, so that even as we engage civically online, we are assured of that sort of safety?
Okay, part of basically digital hygiene. First of all, in your art, like the most obvious thing I would think of saying is, as much as you may be passionate, you may, emotions can come up. Try and be respectful as you call out whoever you're calling out, or as you interact in the civic space, because the minute umeshaeka matusi hapo, or the minute you've basically decided to insult someone, they can now use that as an excuse. As in, you have freedom of expression, right? But you're also trying to protect yourself from harassment. And I think one of these things is to try and keep things civil, so that your message is not overpowered by maybe one small word. So basically be respectful even as you're being firm about what it is you're saying. And then secondly, and this is probably going to get me in trouble, but boycott a certain company that has all your data.
Inject.
Because
is their favorite color green?
You could say so. But they are a big, like, it's like the biggest way, the easiest way for them to track you right now. They listen in on your calls. They can see your M-Pesa history. They can see, oh, huyu anaendanga Habanos every so often. You know, like they can see where you're paying your stuff. They can literally actually track where you are. They can triangulate. So, I mean, it's hard, and it's a big company, and it basically holds the Kenyan economy. But if you're in this space, and you're concerned, like for me right now, I cannot like walk around with my SIM card from that company because I don't want to be tracked like that. I know that even the other mobile companies it's possible that they are in on stuff with them, but for these ones we like have proof. You saw the David Mokaya case. As in wanakufuata. For me it's a matter of personal security. Sitaki kufuatwa like that. So for me that's an advice I'd give you.
Wow. It's a big question, you know, because how do we hold these big corporations accountable? I know it's a very big question, but I think we have to. If they are going to make money from us.
Yes, from selling your data. And
yes.
Giving the police a whole department so they can literally just see everything about you. I mean, it only makes sense, but it's really hard to convince people. So you just do your thing and then they'll come. You'll follow. You'll see the point. But also, we're also very observant of, I mean, how the David Mokaya case will go, because we know he's suing them, because they stood under oath and said, yeah, we followed him, we tracked him, and we know he's, you know. So, sorry, I know that's sensitive and whatever, and I know they also contribute to arts. Okay, but your artists and these people pay. They pay very well. Cindy, like if they if they approach you as an artist and tell you to do a VR thing for them, I mean, they are one of the good, like, payers. Cindy. And then you are here. I mean, at the end of the day, you also want to pay your bills, right? So, I don't know. It's tricky. Let's see what happens with that. But again, part of digital hygiene would be to protect your like passwords. Don't use. I don't like to like give you like specific tools, because these things are all made by people and you don't know. Maybe it's owned by some company that's also using your data maliciously. It's tricky. Like, it's the internet, so it's a sell-off. At any point when you're using a tool and you're not paying for it, there's a chance that they're using you to collect data about you. Right. So I think just limit your, like, usikwe na accounts sijui 10 za Facebook, nini. Yeah, your digital footprint. Clean up after yourself. Use password managers. I would advise to not use Google password managers, because as easy as they make the experience of surfing, they also make it easy for people. Like, if I just have that one password, then I have your everything. You understand? Yeah. But if you use like more independent password managers, you're able to protect your data as an artist. So that's something. I have more. I could go on.
Right. But yeah. Boniface wanted to jump in a little so that we can open
just
up.
Just on that point, on data protection, there's something every person, and especially anyone who is an activist, could also do. I was part of a training last year where we were unpacking the Data Protection Act, and one of the things that came out was that the way you see on Twitter, and even as I say this, I'm thinking I should probably put that on my Twitter. The views expressed here are not the views of power. If that you put that disclaimer. So having something simple like that on your online platform having you can call it your policy, your own policy. You know, a website would have a policy of how the data on their site is managed and what they use it for. Theirs is much more complicated when it's an organizational website. But for you as an artist who is advocating for a cause, you're just drafting a policy and embedding it onto your social media platform protects you. Because if someone comes at you and they're violating your policy, you are within your rights to take action against them. So just drafting something, and I'm sure if you sit with Njeri, she can help you to create a policy that you can upload on your platform.
Awesome. Right, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for your questions. Please ask questions. I know that we can get a little too... Okay, so I have a question from Vinci, and then Mr. Karani, and then the gentleman in gray. So is somebody else? Okay, then we will go to the lady. So we'll just get them all at once, and then the panelists will be able. So we start with Vinci.
Vinci, good.
So am I allowed to give feedback and a question?
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay. So on feedback, I'll start to a question that was raised, that you raised, about how to make sure these things are sustainable. What activists are doing, what artists are doing remains sustainable. And it's a question that we as developers or development practitioners also ask ourselves. And one thing that I was challenged with by the European Union in our last meeting that we had with them was, we tend to take a very blanket approach when you're dealing with grants. So I'm also putting myself there because I have done that before. So we take Africa's problems as everyone's problems. We take Kenya's problems as every activist's problem. So one thing that we do as DDI and as Civicus, and I think Angeline can attest to this, is the power of co-designing, which Brian also raised. Sit down with practitioners, sit down with activists, sit down with artists, come up with solutions, your own solutions, tailor them to your needs, tailor them to what you want to escalate. That's what attracts most donors nowadays, because the funding ecosystem has changed. Am I right? I'm right? Boniface, sorry. So that's the reality of the funding ecosystem. It's changed. And something else that Brian has also raised that's very important, community of practice. As DDI, this is totally different from DAL, but we have something called the regional support mechanisms. And in each of the regions that we deal with, we encourage communities of practice, because we cannot teach everything. We don't know anything. We're not the keepers of all knowledge. All our donors are not the keepers of all knowledge, but our grassroots organizations, they have information, key information that also shapes the kind of work that we do. That was the feedback that I wanted to share. To my question, the question I want to ask the panelists. For example, if I am designing a prototype for election 2027 in digital democracy, what is one thing that you'd want to see from such a project? That is the first question I would want to ask. And then the second question I would want to ask is in terms of the funding ecosystem, because your feedback would be very helpful for me to share also with my superiors. What are some of the changes you'd want to see in terms of digital democracy that can help other practitioners, not only grassroots organizations, but activists, even tech enthusiasts like Ruth, to continue participating in the landscape and not feel left out? Because I know one thing that most people know is, and you may feel that this is a bit biased, but the thing about bureaucracy and structures in funding is very important. That I was just having a conversation with a gentleman and telling him, applying for a grant as an individual limits your chances of getting that grant as opposed to applying as a community, because of the bureaucracies that exist in funding. Not negative bureaucracies, but positive bureaucracies, because we also have to defend our own selves from risk of losing a lot of money, risk of spilling out money without knowing who to hold accountable if that money disappears. So what would you like to see different in the funding ecosystem, sorry. So that's the final question, yeah. And just to add on that is, one thing that I think works for Civicus is we're very open to people who are not, I would not call them illegally, I will not call them illegal organizations because they're legal, they just lack structures. So those organizations that are informal, that don't have legal documentation, we encourage them to apply for our grants, and we teach them how to grow the institutional capacity so that they can also participate on the same ecosystem as those that are legally registered. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinci.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Nice. Where was the second one?
Mr.
Right here.
Kanani? Yes.
Karibu.
Viva comrades, viva! I like saying this. If they kill us, let our courage inspire the next generation. They cannot finish us all. At least there'll be a few who will tell the story of how courageous we stood up. Mine is just on the issue of securing our votes. There's this fear that our young people have that even if we vote, wataiba. So I would wish for our comrade there to be able to, let's take this out there. Let us ensure that these young people are able to understand that we can protect these votes. Because I think the biggest narrative that they want to sell is even if you vote, they'll just steal it so that you don't go and vote. So let us go out there and ensure that we protect these votes. How can we in the grassroots ensure that your creation is actually sold out there, and every young person can be able to know that with their power, if they can decide to go to that polling station, and once it's announced, they take a picture and upload it, it can be secured. And again, you talked about us securing our phones as human rights defenders. We know some of us have seen it. You go somewhere and people you don't know, they're just calling you your name, they're telling you stories, you wonder, hey, where do I know this person from? How can we be able to ensure that we are safe with what you were talking about, you are creating in terms where somebody can be able to check their phone if it's being bugged? Maybe there are good creations that need to be sold out there more. Because tuliacha kuuziwa uoga. We don't buy it anymore. We are too broke to buy uoga anymore.
Thank you. Got it? Nice. Next spot.
Sure.
So we had 3.
Hi guys.
Hi.
Okay, let me tell you honestly, this is the first panel discussion I've sat through in 2 years.
Hey, we must be doing something right. Hey.
Sorry, because me, with the bipolar I've been battling, it has been hard to settle. That's why I've been in and out. Si kupenda kwangu, ni kupenda kwa miguu. So, the first thing is, I want to support this guy. Hey bro, but they give me hope. I thought I was big until I met you. No offense. So, in supporting him, there's something we were talking to some friends of mine. We were saying, in order to ensure our votes don't get stolen, the youth will actually apply to be voter observers. Senior, if you have observers in every polling station, this theft will not be done a lot. Okay, it will be done, but not a lot. Senior, that's a reality. Now on to my question. That was just supporting cast. Come art. Don't worry, ni ya kitambo. Meandika my question kidogo. Oh yeah, Brian. I've loved when you mongea. But I'm a lawyer too, sky. Of course. But the being a lawyer is something to take pride in. Because unakumbuka daily time ya locust. Unadhani kwa nini nazikufika Western? Exactly. So, I've loved what you said about coming from a bad background to being successful. But I mean, we're in sync in this. But I mean, when I got depression, it was like the worst moment of my life. I became paralyzed. But I thank God I had a supporting family. Because in that situation, I get too poor. But me, they actually took care of me. So I came out of there. Because actually, I got healed from the paralysis miraculously when I received a video of my classmates praying for my healing. Manze, that's a miracle. Now, after I didn't just get healed from the paralysis, I actually became an extrovert immediately. Sasa ukisikia kuongea, usiniambie ninyamaze. Ni haki yangu. Ndatulia nikifika 46. Reject kuambiwa. So, this whole journey, that's why I'm actually here. Because I'm always upbeat about rights in all aspects. Because me, I'm a mental health champion and teacher. Because I share this experience of mine to give people hope that there's life after any diagnosis. So that is hope people need. Don't be to have stable minds. Don't say that we can vote out of compulsion. Vote out of
reason. So that was feedback, not a question. Madam Munyiri, I love what you do. Maze when you Wonder Woman bana. Ubutie yote ndokuwa hapa bado tunaongea. Wapatie question ya kwanza. Before kuchukua mlikuwa mnaenda kukula. Ulikula kwanza? Walikupeleka nje? No, you really say no matter what happens, eat fast. So, Madam from UNESCO. Yeah, so I love talking to people from NGOs, because this issue of, you've talked about policies being made. Yes, policies are written, but are they actually applied? That's a big issue, because I've seen it happen in the mental health world.
Okay, so I'm gonna cut you short. So your question is the implementation of the policy frameworks.
Yeah,
okay,
true.
Thank you so much. Then we have. Okay, and you too. Okay, sawa. So let's do this. Let's have you finally. Then I'm gonna do a second round of questions, and we will start with the lady right here. So let's first hear you, and then we get the answers. Then we come to the second and final round of questions.
Let me just stand. Hi everyone.
Hi.
My name is Consolata. I'm an emerging fashion designer. I'm still a student. My question leans more on being an artist than politics, but they still integrate into each other. When the first protest that we had happened, I remember there was a lot of circulation of posters that were being shared and reshared, and I noticed that a lot of them were being designed, but some of them were being used with AI, like they generated it from AI. In as much as the intention is good, at what point do you use AI, and where do you stop when it comes to activism and civic education? Yes, that was my short and brief question.
All right, thank you. Awesome. So, the first question from Vinci. She wanted to ask a question about the prototype. What would a prototype that is designed around the general elections of 2027 look like? I think this is a question for our technologists. Munyiri, Brian Afande. Anybody can pick this up?
Vinci, thank you so much for your question. So I'll tell you something that I've seen during elections, and not just in Kenya, probably across Africa, where the government decides that they will control information, and they are going to switch the internet off, and they are going to, work with the telcos. Let's not name people here, and then we can't communicate. And if we can't communicate, it means that we don't have any sort of power to work together as a community. Now, I tell you something for free. You can write it down, try to build it. It's important that any technology that has been developed is really devoid of the internet. Let's say, for instance, I give you an example of something that I wanted to build, but again, it's called a Bluetooth mesh network. And a Bluetooth mesh network works like this. If we all put our Bluetooths on at the same time, we can all create a singular network that can allow us to send information within that network devoid of internet. We must go back before the internet, because they realize the only way they can control us is to break those things that we've been able to get addicted on, like the internet, use it for communication, etc. So if you would ask me as a creative technologist, what would be like really dope technology coming out there? Technology that would allow us to communicate without telcos. Period. Internet, telco, peer-to-peer communication that can allow us to send either voice messages, cryptic SMSs, and I know there's people who've developed that. And the good thing about in this day and age of artificial intelligence, there's tools that you can be able to run that can be able to help you how to create this. One day I was sitting in a restaurant with my brothers, just a short anecdote. And I decided to build a Bluetooth mesh network. And I said, I'm working on an AI called Firebase. Go check it out. So Firebase.ai, I'm in a restaurant, I say, I want to send a message to everyone that has a Bluetooth phone. Create a mesh network that would allow me to see the phones or individuals with Bluetooth, and I want to send a message. It created it in 2 seconds. And all of a sudden, on my phone, it's just because I can't send you a message, also again, because of GDPR and KDPR and all these data protection rights. But all of a sudden, I had all the Bluetooth names of the networks of the people who had them. And it's been created in augmented reality. I can literally see where they are seated. So I think leveraging on these tools that already exist, you can be able to create technology that can allow us to really communicate during this blackout of information and internet.
Right. Barbara, you want to jump in real quick?
I may not be in the emerging technologies sector, but I can speak as an artist and as a person who has vested interest in this country. One of the things that I would really love to see, if it was a new technology that was being created, would be a way for us to keep track of all of the projects that the government has been doing, meaning I should be able to see, like, if it's my MCA, I want to be able to see, like, has he built schools? Has he provided lunch? Just like, and also just see how much money has been spent on those projects and how far along the projects are. Because Musira has been doing a lot of work exposing which projects haven't been done. But then we would also want to see which people have actually been doing the job. Because then as a voter, it's better to stay informed and it's better to know who is actually working for your interest and who isn't working for your interest. So personally, I think that would be a really big thing, just to be able to understand who has been working, who hasn't been working, how much have they been working, how much has been stolen, how much has been spent, things like that. Yeah.
Right. The next question. Yes, Rose. Yes, please, jump in.
So there's a group called Mzalendo. They have a website, Mzalendo. Just Google them. And they do work around, although theirs is more around the individuals, that is the MPs, the MCAs, they do like a report card. This is your MP, this is the number of times they've spoken in parliament, this is what they've done. So I think there's a lot of people working in that space of accountability. I think maybe just the knowledge sharing is what's lacking, which is what I think he was asking me, how to make people know that I'm working on these things. So for instance, that elections thing, the open elections platform, it's heavy, it needs people everywhere in Kenya, not just in the towns, because polling stations are everywhere in Kenya, and you're speaking to the people, you're protecting our votes. So at some point, there's going to have to be a big push around marketing it and getting people from even the most far-flung polling stations to be actively involved. And in that way also, to make them interested in knowing that first we can try to protect our votes. And secondly, if you know now your vote is going to be protected, then now you can be confident to go to IEBC, register, be more involved, be like, for you it will be now be personal, like, hey, kwa hii polling station yangu huku Wajiro, wherever, ni mindo niko hapa, like, it makes you more interested in that. So there's definitely, at some point I'll need maybe to approach Boniface and be like, I need money to like reach out to all these people. But yeah, at some point it's going to get to that. It's in 3 phases, and the current phase is the one that's live. That's just mapping what's publicly available, and not all polling stations have accurate GPS pointers. So at that point, I will need people to be like, hey, this is our polling station in Turkana, in wherever, and this is the actual location. So it involves everyone. So yeah, I will need to do that.
Right. Wow. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yes, Angie, jump in. But yes, please.
No, maybe in connection to the project, one of the things that we were doing, we had online advocacy campaigns, and we had X-spaces that were encouraging young people to go and take to register as voters. And so maybe for a prototype in continuation of the project is that we were not able to track like because I had from this X-Space that I should go take my a voter's card, it is hard to determine whether that person really went, and even when we look at these art pieces, it's one thing that today we have IBC, but also there's something that Barbara said. Right now, the art pieces are portable, so it's a bit also difficult to track whether there's actual actions that people are taking beyond interacting with the art pieces. So if we are able to track that actions are being taken beyond the interactions with the art, that will be amazing. And also I think it's a big problem that we cannot still register online as voters. I know IBC has a long way to go, but it's something that maybe we should think about in the near future. Yeah.
And then there was a question about risk and funding ecosystems. I think this is a question directed towards Boniface. And while you answer that, also tell the artists, where do they get these opportunities for funding?
Is it on? Okay. Follow at East Africa Arts on Instagram. All opportunities are announced there. Also, if you send me a message on LinkedIn, my name is Boniface Mwali on LinkedIn, Boniface Mwali -MPRSK. Just send me a message and share your email. I'll add you to a newsletter that I usually send, which also compiles different funding opportunities from the sector. I think that's the much I can share on that. Maybe one thing also that would be important to highlight is the importance of gender in the way we design these funding opportunities. We see a lot, I see this a lot from where I sit, that the arts and culture sector is predominantly, the participation in this space is by women and youth. It's the sector that has the most engagement for women and youth. And I think on the British Council side, there's a deliberate thinking on how to do that, how to create this, design this funding opportunity so that they respond to that. But even if we were to do a sample here, you can see on this panel alone, 60% of the panelists here are ladies, and the guys are 30%. So just being conscious that there's a demographic dynamic that needs to be factored, and it's crucial that space for women and youth is factored in creating the funding opportunities. I think that would be the key thing for me. And also to the artists, I think the one thing you could do also that supports access to funding opportunities is have some data. Come to the conversation with some data. When you go and do an art exhibition, how many people came to your exhibition? How many people scanned your portrait, your painting on the app? That reinforces the sort of basis through which your application is reviewed, because it enables a person reviewing the application to see, okay, there's a lot of interest in this work, or at least there's this is the sort of segment of the society that is interested in this topic. So if I have something that I'm doing that is connected to that, then this is the partner that I need to work with.
Wow.
So also ensure that you document the way your work is shared.
That's very important feedback, and I hope that our artists have taken note of that. And then there was a question from Consolata about artificial intelligence, integration, regulation, the hot button topic here again. Yes.
Okay, so this one. Okay. As an artist, I think working with AI can be a bit daunting, because there's so many opinions, so many people say, don't work with it, it makes your art bad, or it makes bad art, or it's taking away jobs from artists, or whatever. But personally, in my experience, what I've come to understand is that AI is just a tool, like any other tool, and it just depends on how you use it. I think the thing about AI is that people get it wrong when they assume that it's something to think for you or to be creative for you instead of just like an assistant to help in your creativity. So I think the thing is just change your mindset. It's not necessarily something that will like destroy jobs or like take away jobs from people, but like it's something that can be used to amplify or to get things done a little bit faster. So in as far as like in like campaigns or like these posters that are being made, some of them might have been made with AI, yes, but you know the point of the posters was for them to reach the people and for them to get the people to mobilize and to get the people to work together. And I think that as long as that's done, then that's okay. But the problem now becomes when you want to post an animation or something and then be like, this is my animation that I animated, and then the whole thing was literally made with AI. AI is a tool, just like any other. You can use it in certain parts of your work. It doesn't have to be the whole job. I think the problem is when it becomes the whole, it's used for the whole thing. It takes up your creativity, it takes up your intelligence, instead of it just being a tool that can facilitate these things to happen. So as long as it's being used as a tool to facilitate whatever it is that you're doing, whether it's getting your message across, or if it's being a creative, whether you're using it just to make your work a little bit easier, but the creativity is still yours, the intelligence is still yours, then there's no problem. But it's still just a tool at the end of the day. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, my opinion on AI, especially in art, is that if anyone can go to AI and make something, but then only a few people can actually hold a brush and do a canvas thing and make something like this, your art goes, I think it increases in value, because it's like, it's not everyone who can do that. So, as she said, yeah, it's a tool, but I don't think it's, I mean, for sure it's a problem, because I mean, if I want a portrait of myself in a Disney style, whatever, if I had to pay someone, I'd pay more. Then now if I can just go to ChatGPT and be like, prompt it and it will give me that whatever I need. So there's definitely, it's made it accessible. It's made art accessible to people who wouldn't be able to have accessed it before. But at the same time, as artists, it's basically made your art premium. So lean into that, I think. Be like, yo, this isn't AI. Hakuna mtu mwingine atakutengenezea hii, so charge more, I don't know. Pay, I mean, yeah. Lean into your creativity.
Right. Then there was a question on a push for policy frameworks to move from just policy documents into actual implementation of the creative economy. Anyone can take that?
May I please digress a bit and say something about
Okay.
AI?
Okay.
I think the biggest challenge when it comes to using these tools is ethically, when AI starts replacing lived experiences. Because the lived experiences, when it stops being a narrator and instead becomes a witness also. So AI all of a sudden is saying how it went through these sort of experiences. I think for me, ethically, and it boils down to policy, which should trickle down to what people are doing, but they're still abusing it, is really replacing lived experiences. And for me, this is one of the most unfortunate things about artificial technology. It's trying to replace humanity in every way, shape, and form. And I feel like and right now there's this new tool called Sora that is so, when it's coming to creating videos, it's not even past being photorealistic. These are real videos of real people. Then how do you know if it's either the narrator or the witness? How can you tell? That's why it's important to fact check. Like, one thing I know that you can be able to is, these are called maker-checker functionalities. Twitter has one, Grok. I mean, ask Grok. This education should be, like, a lot of people should know even about this, even when it comes to, let's say, civic education, how you can use these tools. If there's a video that has been posted about, let's say, some form of violence somewhere, ask Grok. Grok, is this a real video? Grok, is this? There's that sort of maker-checker functionalities that have already been created. And this is, for me, the biggest threat around it. And I feel like the future of what we are doing is if we can be also able to call that out, call the pages that are involved with this sort of disseminating misinformation, call them out. And I think that once you start calling them out, their power is in the numbers. When they stop having the numbers, they stop having the control. Yeah.
Awesome. There's a very burning question from the lady here. Kindly get a mic for her. And that gentleman, and then that will be it. I know we are really out of time. Yeah.
Okay, just very quickly to respond to the one on policy implementation. Yes. I think there's two levels to it. There's what you can do about it, and there is what someone else needs to do about it. Yeah. What you can do about it is participate. You know, I think when we hear that people need to register to vote, we have this attitude that it doesn't matter. It matters. Register and vote and be part of the process and vote the people you feel are the right people. So by having that voters card and ensuring that you are casting your ballot, your voice is part of the decision that ultimately will be made, it contributes to something. And even in the lawmaking process, one of the first steps is usually public participation. The other day we were with Senator Crystal Lasige when she was launching her album, and she mentioned that one of actually this was during the event at Power. She mentioned that one of the most civically engaged bills that we have had in this country in 2025 was the Creative Economy Support Bill. Because when public participation was being done, young people were showing up in the barazas and in those spaces and giving their views on what they feel about this bill and how it needs to capture their interests. So that matters, because then that informs the laws that are made, and those laws affect you directly. So I think that's critical, and that's what you can do about it. What someone else can do about it is when you put these people in, they need to, do the right thing, and your control over that is ensuring that you put the right people into those spaces. Personally, I feel like we need more people who are from the sector, from our space, people who are artists and who have worked in this environment, making those decisions. So vote for guys like Boni, vote for guys like Crystal Lasige, and make sure that you're putting the right people into those decision-making process at all levels of government.
Right, thank you. Gentleman. Lady, sorry.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
I am Junieta, an inclusion consultant and a facilitator. First of all, amazing art you've all done. So my question is if a person with a disability walked into this room, how would they experience all this art that you've displayed here? My other question is to Angeline and Barbara. Are you training your artists on disability mainstreaming into their pieces of art? How are you doing it? And to the media, to Afande, if a person with a disability wanted to upload their art into the app, how accessible would it be? One thing you'll need to notice that persons with autism and those with neurodiverse abilities learn best by use of art. So if they would want to open into this space, how inclusive would it be? How receptive would it be to them? Yeah.
All right, thank you. And lastly, the gentleman, the guy who's standing.
Yes, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much for the artists who have really impressed us with their work. My name is Jadi Kabui. I'm an organic chef, farmer, and activist. And my points are very, very short and very, very direct. First is my quiet feedback to Brian about people who donate money to weddings, but that's one of my biggest campaigns against, right? But at the same time, I think Africans and Kenyans are realistic. We are not honest people, okay? We don't support things that are alive. So sometimes it's easier to support somebody who's dead because they are not going to support you. That's just my FYI. They're not, people, we get so disappointed we don't support each other very quickly. The second thing is about voting. I typically don't vote. I don't vote on a particular day. I vote every day because I'm an activist. And I vote for food. I know people who care about what they put in their body. They are bound to be everything else that everybody else who talking about voting can do. I only eat organic food. I will not eat anything that's not organic because I vote every day, 3 times a day with what I eat. 3 times I vote. If I go to KFC, that means I fuck African farmers and I worship Western farmers. I'm giving them money so that they can build their business. I'm fucking every chicken farmer, potato farmer, because I went to a place like that. You understand? Very quickly. Then, and the last thing is about the idea of funding. Okay, so I don't worry too much about funding when it's only one linear way of funding. Africans fund a lot of things in the West. Africa is more richer than any other continent. Why are we begging? So I'm more interested about how much funding I do to other people. I'm not interested in what funding I get. I'm more interested in what Africa funds. Because if other people can create a company and sell me fake hair and fake nails, for example, and I'm not nicking, I'm just telling you, I don't buy anything that don't add value to me. I'm buying things that make me look good on the outside, but on the inside, I'm really, really, really tacky. You know, I can wear very expensive food, but very expensive clothes, but I'm eating very bad food. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Also, having in mind, and the weather has been good to us so far.
Yes, it has been good to us.
And we want to
wrap it up.
Yeah, Cindy,
right. Yes.
go for it.
So my first question, the first question from Julieta. You know, the creative and the art space is very ableist, and I say this without any fear of contradiction. So a question about disability mainstreaming. How do we ensure that DEI is actually something that is absolutely implemented, and we have people with disability in mind when we are creating?
Well, maybe I can speak from my perspective is as funding agencies, we have policies. We have a DEI policy which states very clearly that, you know, for you as an organization or an individual that we would be working with, you have to consider persons with disability in any activity that you're conducting. How this translates on the ground means different things, but generally just having that policy is a guideline. It ensures that everyone who is involved in delivering these projects is, you know, has an awareness of what to expect and what to look out for. But I think also in terms of how, you know, people with disabilities would experience this work, I think that's a challenge to the innovators. Maybe also think about how do you integrate. I'll reference her again, but I really liked my interaction with Senator Sige the other day when she gave me her card, and you held it, there was Braille on it, and I was like, this is very practical, right, for someone who is blind. So I'm sure there's innovations like that that could be applied, you know, in the art space and in tech. So it's an opportunity. It's not a challenge.
Brian, in the training.
No, I really appreciate the challenge and looking at the opportunities. I'll tell you the truth. I mean, we choose our battles. When we created the platform from a user experience design perspective, people living with disabilities were not considered, and I'm guilty as charged. Oh, it's correct me. Persons with, yes, thank you. So they were not considered because when I'm designing, I have a primary target audience and a secondary target audience. But this is also an opportunity for us to also create thoughtful design. And I want to say something that I'm currently working with an organization called Ishara. And what Ishara are doing is that they are creating normal curriculums for the deaf. So they're looking at a curriculum and they're building all the curriculum and they're using our technology to create, to scale this sort of solution. And I'm working with these guys. One of the solutions is what we've also developed, which currently are working on a go-to-market strategy, is when someone gets into when someone gets into a pharmacy and they are deaf or blind and they don't know the instructions in a medical pack, they're able to scan the pack, or the person in the pharmacy is able to scan the pack, and then someone pops up as a hologram and literally tells them and directs them using sign language and also audio cues. And I believe the people who've come to our lab, I don't know if you've seen that demo. We're really working towards that, and this is thoughtful design and an opportunity for us to be more inclusive.
Awesome.
I'm guilty as charged.
Yeah, nice. And thank you for that moment of powerful protest, that language sensitivities are part of the movement,
Yeah.
because the way that we think and speak about narratives really shape how what is taken priority to. So thank you for that. Barbara, as you are creating, yes, tell us.
I can speak from the creative's perspective throughout the project. When you're creating something or anything, most of the times you take
Kindly speak into the mic, we can't hear
sorry.
you. Yes.
Most of the times when you're creating, you take reference from your own life and your own life experiences. So I think what I would say is representation does matter and it should be there. But at the same time, as an artist, I don't know, maybe I say it like this. I wouldn't want to speak on someone else's life experience because I don't know it. So how would a person with disability interact with this? I don't know, because in my experience and in what I'm showing, it's not about disability. But what I would say is that I would encourage anybody with disability to actually come into the creative space and create for people with disabilities, because representation does matter. It matters to see people like you on the screen. It gives you a reference for life. It gives you, like a little bit of joy just seeing people who are like you on the screen. I remember the first time I saw a Kenyan on the screen, I was like gagged. I was like, oh my God. And so, it's up to us to create what we want to see, more of what we want to see. So I would say, like this is an opportunity. There should be more people in the space. We would love to see more of the, like their life experiences. We would love to see, yes, we would. Why are you saying no? Oh. Okay. I think what I'm saying is it's done from the point of my own personal experience. So I can't speak for someone else, but then we would love to see it. That's why I'm saying it would be a great opportunity for us to see more of everybody's stories and everybody being represented.
And actually, in the Digital Action Lab, Angie, you can tell us the story of one artist that is a PWD, and what, watching his journey has been very transformative and powerful to watch.
Thank you for the question. So I want to talk about inclusion. It's very interesting that, unfortunately, and I'm guilty as charged like Brian. Actually, today in the morning is when I just thought, what will happen if someone who's blind comes to the exhibition? I was like, shoot, it's too late. But unfortunately, what I would say is, this was like the first time we were doing this as Power, so it was a very new idea to us. So some very important things like those we missed out as an organization. But back to the question that Anne asked me now, maybe what's next? These are some of the things that we can consider in integrating in what you're doing, because you're saying this is just the beginning of democratic exhibition. So we can look into that. Apart from that, Anne has spoken about one of the artists who is PWD, and the most interesting thing is when we selected this artist, we didn't first think he's a PWD, because we did a call out and then we looked at their work, and his work was outstanding. So the point is, most of the time when we want to do inclusion, sometimes it's like we put the PWDs in silos. So we say, let's first select this number of people and then go to these other people. But what we've seen with Clinton, and Clinton, I don't know if, he wants to say hi. Yeah, and this is his amazing artwork. So the fact that he qualified in the project, even before we realized that he was a PWD, it means that there's a lot of potential, or rather we need to create such opportunities to everyone, whether they are PWDs or not, and without like categorizing people.
But in the next steps, it's something that we might consider, and we are sorry for that.
I just want to say something. Go check out Assistive Technology for Disability Trust. I had a meeting with them yesterday. It's being head by a guy called Bernard Chira, who's the CEO. And I feel like you know them. Very good people. I think that maybe what next for you guys as well as Power, working together with AT4D on also being inclusive, because they already have the pool. They have a new cohort of developers and businesses that are building towards assistive technology. And I feel like you should check them out.
Awesome. And finally, the question from Mr. Kabui. So how Brian and Mr. Kabui have decided to come together and fight against marriage committees. I don't know whether there's... Yeah. Maybe the money that is collected in for weddings could actually potentially fund some great innovation. So we might see depreciating marriage rates after this, but really, truly, I think what he's speaking into is domestic funding. Yeah, how do we go about domestic funding? Boniface, we are going to throw all the money questions to you because you are the development partner representative here. Yeah. Ooh, we are struggling with sound judgment.
On?
Pun intended.
Okay. Okay. I think I'll draw from my own cultural perspective here. First of all, where I come from, we believe unajisaidia ndio saidiwe. French already alluded to it earlier. First, start with your relatives. You know, domestic funding is, it starts in the household. Before you go too far to look for other funding, when you're putting on a project, just start with your immediate network. If you begin to look there, and if you don't already have that network, invest time and effort in creating it so that you can, connect with people who can also support your work. I think, and I see this a lot, that there is a lot of resources that exist for our space. There's a report that PwC published, and PwC is a private sector institution, and they mapped the creative economy across East Africa and concluded that by 2030 there will be, I think, some astronomical figure like $500 billion being generated out of the East African creative economy. It's not the exact figure, but it was, something as magical as that. And then when you interrogate the report further and try to understand where is this money, it's actually sitting in, in advertising agencies, in marketing companies that hire people who are working in the creative sector. And we're going into a political period right now. There's going to be a lot of work for artists to do. If you package your work and what you're doing as a service provider, not necessarily as and this, you can provide this service to many, in many different forms and ways, but that is the language that the domestic sector understands, at least if we're talking about the private sector space. And don't get it twisted. The private sector is very invested in good governance and having good a peaceful political process. So there are a lot of ways that you can present your narrative and your project in a way that attracts that level of funding. And it has happened before. I think one of the biggest campaigns we've ever seen in this country was Unbogable, which was by Gidi Gidi and Maji Maji. And that is still paying artists today through Ghetto Radio, right? So just think along those lines. I think we also need to invite a lot of sort of initiatives from private foundations and individuals. We have a big concern that personally troubles me is the inequality gap that we are having in this country. We are having a lot of people who are accumulating astronomical amounts of wealth, and the large majority not, accessing that wealth, and this increased post-COVID. So what we need to do is find ways through which we can encourage this 1% in our country to then invest their profits in this sector, because Karl Marx, who I'll quote again, said that if capitalism does not plow its profits back, it'll cannibalize itself, because if you take and take and take until there is nothing left to give, then you just have chaos and collapse. And I think if we have these conversations with the wealthy Kenyans and they are there, they will see the sense.
Awesome.
I believe your heart is in the right place. I just wanted to say something, that trust should not be an emotion. In this day and age, there's something, and I will quote my learned friend here. I'm going to quote a guy called Peter Drucker. And he said the best way to predict the future is to create it, right? Think about it. So you have something called a DAO, which is a decentralized autonomous organization that is leveraging on the blockchain. What if we had a decentralized autonomous community? So when your grandmother or your mother gives you money, the money goes into a system that she has ownership. So, and then the system is very transparent. It could be even leveraging on mobile. We say that, guys, these are 50 people who've given me X amount of money. I've raised 100,000 to build A, B, and C. It's not going to be based on trust as an emotion. It's going to be based on trust as a system. So when they own shares, they are also board members of whatever it is that you're doing, which means they can come back and ask you, hey, what did you do with the money? This was your plan. So I think the craziest thing is we still want to do the same things our folks made money. I refuse personally to make money how my parents made money. They made money through brick and mortar. They bought land and they bought houses. I refuse to make money like that because I have children. And how I make money is investing in digital real estate. My parents didn't make money on digital real estate. So as this sort of paradigm shift happens between where our folks are and where we are right now, we need to understand that rethinking on how we can be able to fund communities, we must leverage on technology. Because trust becomes no longer it's a currency that we have to leverage on. Trust becomes a system. And I feel like I'm with you 100%. And that's why I don't give money to weddings.
Oh my goodness. I might just call my engagement off now. So we've come to the end of our conversation, and I like truly this has been very insightful, and I hope that you have taken one or two things that you can go and effect in your different and various spaces that you're in. So I will now call upon Esther to help me appreciate my panelists because they have done such an impeccable job. You all agree? Yeah. So first off, we are going to appreciate Mr. Boniface Mwali. We have a little something for you to just say thank you for knowledge exchange. So watu wa mapicha picha tafadhali, kujeni mtupige picha hapa. Where are we looking? We are looking right there. Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Boniface. Yes. A round of applause for Mr. Boniface Mwali. Next up, we have a token of appreciation for Barbara. Oh, for Brian, not you. Sorry, Brian. Sorry, the other B on the panel. Thank you so much, Mr. Afande. Yes. Thank you so much. All right. Then we have Barbara. Now it's your turn. Yes. You can exit the stage. Yes. A round of applause for Barbara. Thank you so much for sharing. Look at the camera. Awesome. Thank you so much, Barbara. Then we have Rosemary. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for her. Thank you so much. Yes. Yes. Indeed.
Yeah, that was dope. I love it.
Thank you so much. And last but not least, Angeline. Thank you for being an amazing. Wait, this is okay. It's okay. Yes, for being an amazing project lead. Let's not go away. Yes, thank you so much. We would also want to call upon Willie Oeba for being an incredible artist, revolutionary. Mama, I made it. Yes, for making the revolution irresistible. Yes. Awesome. And then we have one from Vinci. Vinci? Is Vinci around? Oh, for Emily. Okay, Emily first. Emily Njeru, thank you so much. A round of applause for Emily. Thank you so much for joining us. And for your amazing keynote speech that charged us up. Yes, and finally we have, she's not here. So one for Vinci, yes. Vinci, thank you so much. From Civicus Alliance, who have made this possible. Thank you so much. If you want to be funded, please see her after this. Not you. Okay, amekata. Could we get a picture kindly? Yes, please. Yes. Right. Thank you. Okay. I will call upon all my panelists to come and we do a group photo, all of us. Yes.
Nice, as they come through for the final photo. Tuwapigieni makofi tafadhali wakikaribia. Thank you very much. That was fantastic. We had set this to be done by 4:35. Here we are at 5:35. Thank you for your patience. Makofi kwenu tafadhali. Makofi kwenu tafadhali. A round of applause for our moderator as they take their photo. Asante sana Anne Wanyoike. Catch her every Monday, Wednesday and Friday on Power Radio. Breakfast, eh?
Yes.
Tusikusikia kwa radio ukisikia anything else.
Where are we facing?
Power Radio, check us out on the website and most definitely also on YouTube for the live. Makofi kwao tafadhali. Thank you very much.
Tupendane.
Na TikTok. Gift of Gab, hip hop nitawapiga pia mazee. I'll come to that. Asante sana. Makofi kwao tafadhali as they smile. Thank you Oeba for also mentioning other shows up there. Hip hop iko well represented. Umeona maji pale nje ukiingia. Those guys are bad and really good. By bad I mean like really good at what they do mazee. Wanaitwa Gift of Gab na kesho watakuwa na celebrate the one and only poet Kitusua. Wapi makofi kwao? Ni kesho, si ndio? Fantastic mazee. A round of applause for you for keeping the energy and concentration so far. Yeah, we had a friend who said he was in for 2 hours. Makofi. Thank you. Nice. The reason I insist on claps is it helps move your blood kidogo, at least na changamka. Now what I want to do the last 3 bits of the program. The last 3 bits of the program, 2 of which will go in tandem. So I'd like to welcome Bakita. Bakita and the team, they start setting up for our final performance. And as they set up, I'd like to welcome one of the participants of this particular project. Nimemuintroduce huko nje to someone, then iko mtu akaenda, wait, Marcus Gave, ule wa 10 over 10? I don't know, ni ule wa 10 over 10? Then mwingine ako, Marcus Gave, mgani, ule wa Jamaica? I don't know. Me when I saw him, if you're into hip hop, utaniambia. Marcus Gave akikaribia, I think he looks like Schoolboy Q. See, he looks like Schoolboy Q. Maze, he does look like Schoolboy Q. Huyu ndiye alisaidia J. Cole apologize. So ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to one representing the team that was part of this project. And if you've just joined us, if you've come in for the kabashment tukimalizia, check this out. You can get the Media AR app. You can get the Media AR app on your app store. And then you can check out all these cool pieces. I promise you, it's more than it just looks. We unaona hapa tu, but ukiangalia vizuri with your app, you'll discover so many things. So ladies and gentlemen, a moment of quiet, please, as we get our gentleman who represents this particular cohort to do his final thank you. Karibu sana Marcus.
Thank you. Asante sana, guys. So I'm supposed to give a vote of thanks representing my fellow artists, so ndaka tu kuisoma. Allow it please. Nikianza kuongea na feelings, I might speak too long. So I'm going to take like just 2 minutes so that we break and continue interacting with the pieces of art. So I wrote this, added some few things here. Good afternoon. Before we close this chapter, I need to say thank you. This is coming from a place that's still processing everything that has happened here today. To Power 254, thank you for trusting artists with technology, for creating a space where we should fail, learn, and eventually fly. This exhibition is proof that when we invest in creatives, you invest in democracy itself. To Black Rhino and Civicus, the exhibition ran smoothly because of you. Thank you for your coordination, your patience, and your belief in us. To my fellow artists, to what we did, man. Finally, we were many in class, but the pieces are few. We are many, but the pieces are few. Look at these walls. We took paint, code, and imaginations, and we built portals into the future. I'm honored to share this space with all of you. To everyone who scanned a mural, watched a time lapse, an animation video, a testimonial, a 3D element, and saw a card, you all participated. You're not just the audience. And to those who walked into the place and to those who walked into the voter registration desk and registered, you turned art into action. That's the part that will stay with me. Finally, to the young people who are inside the murals, the voices and the artists who collaborated with me, thank you for trusting. Thank you for trusting me with your story and participating in this exhibition. This exhibition is not the end. This is not goodbye. This is until next time. My name is Marcus Garvey. I am an artist, a mentor, and now officially an AR storyteller. Asanteni sana. God bless you.
For him, tafadhali, makofi. Thank you very much. He just said it is just the beginning. Asante sana, Marcus Garvey, as powerful as from where we know the name from. Thank you very much. Now, Marcus, ukikaribia ningependa usimame, and I'd invite all these other artists to stand tuwapigie makofi tafadhali. So Wela Arts once again, smama uliko, makofi kwa Wela Arts. Victor Moreithi, keep the claps going. Raymond Dudi, keep the claps going. Mesha Kotieno, keep the claps going. Oganga Kadudu, keep the claps going. Where are they? Ukisimama una wave too. I see Marcus waving. Ukisikia jina lako, keep waving. Peter Wawero, keep waving. Thank you very much. Frederick Othiambo, keep clapping. Lawrence Kamau, Marcelina Kinyi, Clinton Rugedi, Ash Lydia, Marcus Gave, Juliet Koi, Daniel Nuru, Barbara Getare, Eric Muhandia, and last but not least again to their representative Marcus Gave. Wapi makofi kwao tafadhali. Well done. Thank you very much. And like your brother told us, it is not the end, it is just the beginning. Just one more time to remind you, our hashtags is, nimeona watu wamechukua a couple of selfies, so thank you for that. Now this is where you deposit those selfies. Enter your IG, enter your Twitter or X or whatever else, and hashtag DemocrARtic exhibitions. It's been a fantastic afternoon, so kindly let's commemorate that with photos. Wasanii wakikukabalisha pia upige picha kazi zao, ama you take selfies with them, kindly do that too. Use hashtag DemocrARtic exhibitions. And last but not least, this is a dare. I'd actually dare you to do this as Bakita, you ready to go? Bakita is good to go? Nice. As Bakita is getting on stage, go to your phone, enda kwa simu yako. Hapa nakupea ruhusa uende kwa simu yako, and choose your preferred app. You can go to X, you can go to YouTube. Mi nataka hata uende YouTube and search for PAWA Radio, Power Radio. Search for Power Radio. So go to your Facebook, search. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the one and only Wapi Makofi ya Bakita. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the one and only Wapi Makofi ya Bakita tafadhali. Makofi ya Bakita tafadhali. Take it away, Bakita. Thank you.
Hi guys, mkoaji? Amuna psych mbona? So ndauliza tena. Let's do it again. Sindio, mkoaji? Mko fiti? So, mko power? Nice. So before we start, I want us to repeat this. Sawa? Sawa. Sawa. Msinibo, by the way. Sawa. Higher power to the people.
Sure.
Power to the people. Power to the people. We are the upcoming. Imagine mkikosa kunini tunaanzia from the top. Sawa. Power to the people.
Power to the people.
Power to the people.
Power to the people.
We are the upcoming. We are the uprising. Ya mama mboga. Ya mama mboga.
Ya mama mboga.
Na customers wake.
Customers wake.
Power to the people.
Power to the people.
So here on stage is me, Bakita, singer, songwriter, recording and performing artist. We ought to introduce. And then we have Masiga, a percussionist, watu wanoma sana. Give it up for them. Yeah.
Yeah, you're looking lovely, first of all. My name is Shakurotis. Thanks for having us. You're the main reason why we artists exist. Asanteni sana. Hope you'll enjoy the show.
So this first song is Redemption Songs. I'm sure mnajua ingoma, si ndio? So mtu join, si ndio? Mjibambe. Jupia si for sure tutajibamba, okay? Old pirates, yes, they rob I. Walk out to the bottomless pits. Minutes after they took I from the bottomless pit. But my hand shall fall strong in the hand of the Almighty. We forward in this generation triumphantly. So would you help to sing these songs of freedom? It's all I ever had. Oh, redemption songs, redemption songs. Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our mind. Have no fear for atomic energy, 'cause none of them can stop the time. How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? Some say it's just a part of it. We've got to fulfill the books. So won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? It's all I ever had. Oh, redemption songs, redemption songs. Now sing the chorus with us. Sawa. Tunanzia, won't you help me sing? So won't you guys help us sing?
Won't you help me sing
these songs of freedom? It's all I ever had. Oh, redemption songs, redemption songs. Won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? It's all I ever had. Oh, redemption songs. Thank you.
Ni vipi tunaweza jendeleza? We need to stand for what's right and free our minds. Mtaani twahangaika, ndoto zimevunjika.
too. All we need is love in our lives, lighting up the that's inside. We can work this out, you and I. Pamoja tunaweza, hakuna kulegeza. Pamoja tunaweza, hakuna kulegeza. Maisha, maisha, maisha haya, matatizo, maswala na pambana nayo. Nakula nikivuja jasho, nina mawazo. Sometimes living life isn't always a prize. We have to wake up and try, 'cause we got the power. All we need is love in our lives, lighting up the dark that's inside. We can walk this out, you and I. Pamoja tunaweza, hakuna kulegeza. 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 Pamoja tunaweza. In our lives, lighting up the dark that's inside. We can walk this out, you and I. Pamoja tunaweza, hakuna kulegeza. Pamoja tunaweza, hakuna kulegeza. Pamoja tunafanya nini? Tunaweza. Yes, I. One more time. Pamoja tunafanya nini?
Tunaweza.
Tunaweza.
So this song is about all the black kings. Yeah, it's about the black kings. Tuseme tu hivyo. Society empower girl child who is rooting for the boy child. Take a good woman, boy child and suffer. Tell me about it. No, how equal is equality? Deficit equality. Yeah, boy child is suffering. Sons, fathers, and kings as a whole. No one to look up to. Boy child turn to a man, expected to have a back. He has all of that in check. No one to look up to. Boy child turn to a man, expected to have a back. He has all of that in check because he is a black king. Black king, black king. We are giving up to the black king. Black king, black king. Society I make it hard for the black king. Black king, black king. We are giving it up to the black king. Black king, black king. Yeah. The system of the law is against boy child. In all the prisons where the lack is wisdom. Everything meant for girls. Education, medication, check. The boy child is for one touch. In all the system no one cares so much. He is suffering while he hustling. Short, 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 short up. No one to look up to. Boy child turn to a man, expected to have a back. He has all of that in check. No one to look up to. Boy king, black king. We are giving up to the black king, black king, black king. Society I make it hard for the black king, black king, black king. We are giving up to the black king, black king. One last round of the chorus, our black king, black king, black king, black king. We are giving up to the black king, black king, black king. Society I make it hard for the black king, black king, black king. We are giving up to the black king, black king, black king.
So this next song is called Giza. Giza mbele, yale yaliyoko huoni, mnatuficha kisiri ya nini? Mnapojijengea makasi, hali ya maisha imepanda, haya kwa wale hawana, mnatubeba wana, bila kujali wetu wana. Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, hivyo ndio mnatubeba majambazi. Tumechoka na zenyu ahadi, tupilia mbali ufisadi, tuipe amani nafasi kwenye nafsi. Hadi lini mtatunyima miradi? Tuko kwa giza, tunaumia, hamtudhamini. Tulipanga foleni poa, hamtujui tena, mnatubeba kama strangers. Of late tumecry a lot, judeni ya gavanta lipa alone. Niko oppressed on Babylon, na sai wanapatia Babylon. Utumishi kwa wote mepotea, mama huko Embu wanalia, amekosa familia, watoto wake waliuliwa. Hadi lini? Hadi lini? Hadi lini mtatunyima miradi? Tuko kwa giza, tunaumia, hamtudhamini. Tulipanga foleni, hamtujui tena, mnatubeba kama strangers. Oh, yeah. kwa giza, tunaumia, hamtudhamini, tulipanga foleni, hamtujui tena, munatubeba kama stranger,
Wacha tufanye kitu tu ya mwisho tu. So this song is just to say thank you to the Most High, because we must, sindio? Yeah? Amen? So we just do the chorus. So I'm sure you guys know this song. This is Simple Things by Taras Riley. Give thanks to the Most High. Give thanks, gratitude. Give thanks to the Most High. Give thanks for the life we live. Simple things are your blessing. Simple things, them are your blessing, your blessing. Simple things, them are your blessing. You better notice your blessing. Things are your blessing. Simple things, them are your simple things are your blessings. You better notice your blessing. One last time, sawa? Yeah. Simple things again for the last time for real. Give thanks to the Most High. Give thanks, gratitude. Give thanks to the Most High. Give thanks for the life we live. Simple things are your blessings. Simple things, them are your blessings. Simple things are your blessings. You better notice your blessings. Simple things are your blessings. Simple things are your blessings. Simple things are your blessings. You better notice your blessing.
Let's keep clapping with them. Tafadhali. Keep clapping and clap.
You've been great.
And clap. And clap. And clap. Hey, and clap.
Simple things are your blessings. Simple things, them are your blessings.
And
simple things are your blessings.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Asanteni sana, Black Kings. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite a Black Queen attention to the stage, because finally we have come to the moment we invite our Executive Director to close it off for us. It's been a long time coming, from months ago to then weeks to then days, and we are finally here. So ladies and gentlemen, I am deeply, deeply honored. If you can hear me, let me hear a hand clap. If you can hear me, let me hear a hand clap. If you can hear me, I'm sure you can hear me. At the back, ladies and gents, uko nyuma, it's only that I don't know their name. Anne. If you can hear me, let me hear a hand clap. Oeba, if you can hear me, let me hear a hand clap. Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, I am deeply honored to invite our Executive Director for our final closing speech. Karibu sana Njeri. Welcome.
I have the duty to close this, to bring this to a close, a near close, because I don't think people are going. Manze ni Friday, ni mapema. You don't need to leave. Let's keep interacting. I just want to say thank you to everybody that has made the time to come and be with us. But above all, I want to say thank you to the artists themselves. When this project started, for me, I was just like, yo, these things I don't know, I don't understand. I was almost afraid, but I was also very excited and curious to see what could come out of it. And they also did not come knowing, but they applied themselves into it, and look what they've come up with. And they're excited about what is possible. And I think if you haven't interacted, at least make a point of interacting with one. At least one. If you can, all of them. If not, at least, usitoke hapa kama umesema, you don't know what that was about. Make sure you interact with it, because it's nothing like you've seen before. So thank you so much to all the artists for all the work you did, for all the time you put into it, and for even being here to showcase the work that you've done, to talk about it. Talk about it some more. Those who've interacted with it, tell everybody about it. This exhibition is going to be here for another week, so you're welcome to interact with it. Bring your friends. We will try and bring back IEBC. Believe it or not, we had 10 people who have registered to vote today. 10. Now, when they come next week, we need to register like 500. Can we do that? You know people who haven't registered. So you know people who haven't registered. And you've seen how simple, how quick it is to do that. So if we mobilize and bring them here next week, will you bring people to register? Yes. I'm not convinced. What? But us will do our part. We'll do our part. It's upon us as citizens of this country to do our part. And I think this whole exhibition talks about that. We each have a civic duty, and you need to know what that duty is. Everything from voting to protecting the vote to holding those leaders that you voted accountable. It is our duty. And even as we go towards election, this electioneering period, look out for leaders who stand up for what you believe in. Popularity, fame, we cannot vote on those lines anymore. We cannot vote on tribal lines, popularity, fame. We need to engage with leaders who are engaging with us at the point where we are at. So the question comes back to us, where are we at? Politics, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, the tribe. We need to find ways to engage with our leaders. So it's also an invitation to us. I don't know what you've come out from this event with, but I hope that you're feeling challenged. I hope that you feel responsible to do what you need to do, to know what you need to do, and also to do the part that you're supposed to play. So thank you again. I hope we continue engaging. This is not the end. I think it's been said several times, this is just the beginning. I hope we can continue to engage on this level, on more levels, in different spaces, in this space. Karibuni sana. Today, stay on, continue engaging with one another. If there's somebody you've seen across that you haven't met, watu utoa mabibi na mabwana pia hapa. You never know. Unaweza toa pia funding hapa. Sindio? So good things happening. Have yourselves a great weekend, and thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very, 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 very much, ladies and gentlemen. I won't say much. Remember, our hashtag has been Democratic Exhibitions. Asante sana to everyone who was part of this. Power 254, Civicus, Black Rhino, UNESCO, anyone involved. My name is Martin Kigondu. Remember, follow Power Radio at Power 254, wherever we are. Asanteni sana. Have a good night, and God bless. God bless Kenya. Peace. We outside. Asanteni sana. Good night. Remember, tomorrow we are celebrating the one and only Kitusua the poet. So check out Kicks and Bars, check out Power Radio for all the info, and hopefully kesho tunakuona tukisupport our brother. Last but not least, shout out DJ Flozz. Asante sana DJ Bomba, asante sana. Bless up.
Sabari, neko pati sangana, nyongotine soro tugu. Briganya manyinde neri, horanyali nyongotesa.
All the artists, kindly don't forget to bring forward your tablets. Artists, don't forget to bring forward your tablets. Tukumbuke, asante sana.
Opération coup de poing. Opération coup de poignet. Opération coup de poing. Opération coup de poing. Sabari, neko ay 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 ay. Brigadier Sabari, neko kutubu.
are dry, the soil is cracked, but it's not water the city lacks. From Eastlands to Westlands, we pray for rain, but all we get is silence and pain. The leaders speak with golden tongues, but leave the well dry for the old and young. They say progress, they say peace, but even the wind has stopped in the street. Drought in Nairobi, underground won't grow. Drought in Nairobi, where did the justice go?